take a second and look at this place. The scale, the lighting, the energy, it already feels unreal.
It truly does, Prapti. This venue, this setup, this stage, it feels monumental. The kind of space that tells you instantly that something extraordinary is about to happen.
You can almost sense it. The music waiting to rise, the lights ready to burst into life. This is the kind of stage where big ideas find their spotlight.
All right, let's hold that excitement for a moment. As grand as this stage is, today isn't about us enjoying the view.
Absolutely. This may be the ultimate stage, but the real stars are not here. They're seated right in front of us.
Okay, then help me out. Where exactly are these stars? Because I don't see anyone wearing a crown yet.
No crowns needed, Smita. What you see here are teams who have earned their place through late nights, endless revisions, and an unshakable belief in their ideas. These national finalists are the true heroes of today.
True. They represent ambition, they represent courage, and more importantly, they represent the future of innovation in this country.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives us immense pride to present to you
the top 10 national finalist teams of the Ultimate Pitch Season 11. Let's please give a huge round of applause to all of them.
We also have with us the proud parents and relatives of our national finalists.
Can we also please have a huge round of applause for them? It's a moment of pride for all of them. Prapti, our national finalists have gone through months of ideation, multiple rounds of evaluation, feedback loops, mentorship sessions, failures, learning, rebuilding, and resilience. Each of these teams carries not just an idea, but a story of persistence.
So true. These are no longer just students with concepts.
They are innovators with direction.
They're creators with conviction.
And they are leaders in the making.
So without further delay, let's officially begin.
Well, the stage is yours.
Let the ultimate pitch begin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Smita, and my colleague here, Prapti, welcome you to the new season of the Ultimate Pitch. More than a decade ago, we embarked on a journey, one rooted in curiosity, courage, and the belief that ideas have the power to reshape the world. It has been a journey where innovation knows no boundaries, where ambition meets opportunity, where young minds dare to question convention and imagine solutions that go beyond comfort zones.
It's a journey where campuses transform into innovation hubs, classrooms transform into incubators, and students transform into entrepreneurs.
Walt Disney once said, "All our dreams can come true if we have the courage to pursue them." Today, we stand among individuals who embody that courage, innovators who choose action over hesitation, dreamers who turn imagination into execution, and leaders who believe that problems are not obstacles, but opportunities.
Innovation, at its core, is about disruption. It is the relentless drive to challenge what exists and create what does not. It is stepping into uncertainty with confidence. It is asking difficult questions. It is choosing progress over comfort. That philosophy has shaped every season of the Ultimate Pitch. And this new season continues this legacy. Bigger, bolder, and more impactful than ever before. Before we move ahead, let's revisit the vision that brought us all together.
Team, can we please roll the launch video? That vision never fails to inspire me.
Truly, the ultimate pitch has evolved into more than a competition. It is a platform, an ecosystem, and a movement. A movement that brings together some of the sharpest minds from B schools across the country. A platform that encourages collaboration, innovation, and solution building. And an ecosystem that transforms ideas into impact.
True. And this season has been truly, truly special. What began years ago with a handful of campuses and limited participation has grown into a nationwide phenomenon. From humble beginnings, the ultimate pitch has expanded exponentially, both in scale and in influence. Let's take a look at how far this journey has come, team. Can we please have the progress video on screen? Well, this season, the ultimate pitch reached over 21,000 students across 140 campuses, generating more than 1,200 innovative ideas. From these thousands of ideas, only 10 teams stand here today. They have competed through multiple rigorous evaluation rounds powered by the innovative Smart Score, our new initiative. Our AI-driven scoring system that evaluates ideas on creativity, originality, and impact, while offering real-time feedback to help teams sharpen their thinking. They have refined their ideas through structured workshop led by GeoGenNext leaders. They have been mentored by the CEOs and founders of leading startups partnered with Reliance, and today they stand prepared, not just with presentations, but with prototypes, blueprints, and execution-ready concepts.
So before we move ahead, let's celebrate this journey. To our top 10 teams, you have earned your place on this stage. Please give them a well-deserved round of applause. Now that the energy is set, let's talk prizes. The Popular Choice Award, decided by votes, carries a prize of Rs 1 lakh. Our runner-up of the season of TUP will take home Rs 3 lakhs. And the team that walks away as the ultimate winner will receive a cash prize of Rs 6 lakhs. But beyond prizes, every participant this season has already taken a step forward through mentorship, exposure, learning, and of course, opportunity.
But you know, Prapti, now that we have celebrated the journey of our finalists and set the energy in the room, hopefully, It's time to introduce the individuals who carry one of the most important responsibilities today. Because while ideas may be bold and ambitions may be high, we have to have a look at our jury members today.
Our jury brings together decades of leadership across industries. Individuals who have built businesses, scaled organizations, led transformations, and mentored countless innovators. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we present our esteemed grand jury for this season of The Ultimate Pitch.
First up, we have with us Mr. Ricky Bindra, who's the Group President Corporate Services at Reliance. With over 15 years of leadership at Reliance, Mr. Ricky Bindra has been instrumental in building and scaling enterprise-wide functions, ranging from shared services and corporate services to large-scale transformation initiatives across HR, infrastructure, and enterprise strategy. Known for his customer and technology-first mindset, he brings deep expertise in building high-impact organizations at scale.
Next, we welcome Mr. Nitin Seth, CEO, New Mobility at Reliance Industries, leading mobility initiatives across hydrogen and electric domains. With over 35 years of experience in the global automotive and mobility ecosystem, Mr. Seth has held leadership roles at Ashok Leyland, Switch Mobility UK, and Tata Motors. An alumnus of BITS Pilani, Carnegie Mellon, Harvard, and Wharton, he brings a rare blend of engineering depth and strategic vision to the jury.
Joining us is Ms. Tanya Chaitanya, who's the CEO and Editor-in-Chief of Her Circle. Formerly the Editor-in-Chief of Femina for over a decade, Tanya transformed it into India's largest women's digital platform. Today, through Her Circle, she leads one of the India's most impactful digital communities focused on inclusion and empowerment. An IIM Calcutta alumnus, she brings a sharp editorial lens and digital leadership perspective to today's evaluations. Welcome.
We are pleased to welcome Mr. Punish Kumar, CEO Consumer Intelligence at Reliance Intelligence. A pioneer in AI-led platforms, Punish joined Reliance as its very first employee and leads its mission to democratize AI for India. Previously at Google as country head for search and a founding leader of Amazon Alexa in India, he has been at the forefront of building India-first AI innovations at scale. Welcome, sir.
And now we have Mr. Ashwini Prashara, who's the CHRO of Reliance Hydrocarbons, who needs little introduction. Ashwini is an HR leader with over 32 years of global experience with expertise in driving HR transformation, change management, capability building, and industrial relations. He's the quintessential example of where hard work and passion can lead you. He joined the Reliance family in 2004 and has since headed a gamut of HR functions. Ashwini, as always, it is great having you as the jury.
Teams, you're in capable hands. Our jury brings diverse perspectives and they will challenge you, question you, and push you to think deeper. So give it your very best because this is your moment.
But before we begin the pitches, like any great competition, we need to set some ground rules to ensure a smooth and fair experience for everyone. We request all audience members to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode and avoid conversations during the presentations. Please also restrict unnecessary movement while a team is pitching, as it can be distracting for both the presenters and the jury members.
Now, especially for the teams who will be coming up on stage, Here's what you need to keep in mind. Each team will receive 3 minutes to showcase their concept video, 3 minutes to pitch their idea to the jury, and 2 minutes for their prototype presentation. This will be followed by a Q&A session of 5 to 7 minutes where the jury will evaluate your idea in depth. We request both teams and jury members to keep a close eye on the timer to ensure we stay on schedule.
All the ideas presented by the teams will be judged on 5 broad parameters: futuristic approach, practicality, scalability, if it is challenging conventional wisdom, and if the idea has a strong business case. Moving to the voting mechanism, in keeping with the spirit of this season, we want to bring our audience into action. Whether you're present here today or joining us via the Pan India live stream, you will have the opportunity to vote for your favorite team. Yesterday, at the Idea Fair, our teams pitched their concepts to the wider Reliance family and gathered votes. For those who may have missed it, a QR code for voting will be displayed on the screens at regular intervals throughout today. So make sure you scan, vote, and support the team you believe deserves the Popular Choice Award today.
And while you're at it, don't forget to capture your experience today. If you have pictures, videos, or moments from the grand finale, please share them using #RelianceTUP and tag our official campus social media handles. Let's amplify these ideas beyond this room.
Okay, teams, now the wait is over. You have prepared, you have refined, and you have earned this stage. Today is not about perfection. It's about conviction, clarity, and courage.
This is your arena. This is your pitch.
The time has come to think outside the box. Let's get started. Our first team for today is based in Pune, which is a city of quiet innovation. Team BioBloom from SCMHRD introduces BioBloom, algae-based sustainability tech. This team was mentored by Mr. Farooq Adam, who is the co-founder of FINE.
Our idea started as a small observation on a walk back to the hospital. Just a few meters away from the building is a wetland covered in thick green algae. There are mosquitoes everywhere. It smells bad. At first, we thought this was just a small local issue. But on further research, we realized it was part of a larger global problem. India alone has around 70,000 polluted water bodies, and algal blooms are increasing every year. Lakes that once supported fishing, tourism, and local livelihoods are now turning toxic. Uncontrolled algae reduces oxygen levels, gives aquatic life, spreads foul odor, and reduces toxins into the environment. Yet, most cities respond only after the damage is done, making algae management reactive instead of proactive. That's when we came up with BioBloom. BioBloom is a sustainable algae management model designed for long-term impact. BioBloom is structured around 3 integrated business models. Our first model focuses on continuous lake health monitoring by tracking across key indicators like dissolved oxygen, pH level, and temperature, along with visual bloom detection, which classifies hotspot zones across the lake. Once a risk threshold is detected, we trigger early alerts and provide recommendations, helping authorities act weeks earlier than conventional cleanup cycles. This model reduces emergency cleanup costs and ensures lakes stay usable for tourism, fisheries, and community livelihoods. Our second survey is smart algae extraction. Instead of using chemical treatments, we deploy a controlled, suction-based system that removes algae from the top layer while preserving aquatic life and lake ecosystem. This makes algae extraction sustainable, non-invasive, and eco-friendly. Now, as we were researching on our idea, we uncovered a parallel opportunity. India's biomass demand far exceeds its current supply, and this market is expected to reach 32,000 crore by financial year 31. Large volumes of potential biomass remain underutilized. Algae emerges as a sustainable way to bridge this gap. This is where our third business model completes the loop. Unlike traditional methods, we don't dump the algae as waste. Instead, we supply it to organizations that use algae as biomass. This transforms BioBloom into a circular economy model, where water restoration directly contributes to sustainable energy solutions. Our revenue model is very simple and scalable. We generate primary revenue through service-based pricing for monitoring and cleaning lakes. Secondary revenue comes from selling algae for biomass production and sustainable industrial use. The model also allows regional expansion and partnership through CSR initiatives. It's creating diversified and sustainable revenue streams. India faces this challenge today due to low awareness, both of the harmful impact of algae and its potential value. By using innovation and technology, BioBloom aims to restore lakes while promoting sustainability and circular resource use.
Good morning, everyone. So, as we saw in India's lakes and ponds, algal blooms are expanding rapidly, cutting dissolved oxygen levels by up to 90% and degrading aquatic ecosystems. What makes this worse is that the algae we remove to restore these lakes is itself a usable biomass. Yet, it's thrown away, even as India faces growing biomass shortage. To understand real-life implications, we spoke directly with private lake owners, water treatment facilities, and lake operators. Our findings were consistent. Algae is managed reactively using chemicals, which degrades water quality, and the extracted algae is always discarded as waste.
That's exactly the gap BioBloom is built to fix. We replace reactive, chemical-heavy cleanup with early monitoring, eco-safe extraction, and responsible biomass recovery, closing the loop between water restoration and sustainable energy. But impact alone isn't enough. It has to scale. BioBloom operates as a service platform, earning through lake monitoring and extraction while unlocking additional value through biomass partnerships.
So how do you take BioBloom to market? We follow a clear IDA approach. We capture attention through visible lake decay, build urgency with quantified losses, and create confidence with a 30 to 60 day restoration result. We reinforce this through visibility-led campaigns. Lake of the Month publicly documents before and after restoration with measurable improvements, while BioBloom Heroes spotlights the real-life individuals engaged in restoring water bodies, amplifying their efforts through BioBloom support, anchored by our message, Jal Ko Jeevan Do. Our growth strategy remains phased. We start with private operators for fast validation, then expand to farmers, municipal bodies, and government-backed projects for larger long-term impact.
As our footprint expands, lake restoration begins to unlock new opportunity. India's bioenergy push, especially CBG and wet biomass pathways like CAT-HTL, creates a natural demand for aggregated algae biomass, positioning BioBloom as a reliable upstream feedstock partner.
So this is our financial model. Across monitoring and extraction, we generate about 56 lakh annually, with biomass monetization adding another 13 lakh, taking total revenue to roughly 70 lakh. On a per machine basis, each unit delivers around contribution of 2.16 lakh and a payback period of about 3 years and 4 months. This is how our model compounds over time. As lake coverage scales from 15 to 250 water bodies, revenue grows from about 70 lakhs to over 20 crore in year 5, with profitability from year 3 onwards. BioBloom delivers a cumulative NPV of 160 crores, validating it as a financially scalable model.
What the number ultimately enable is impact that goes beyond revenue. BioBloom delivers value across planet, people, and profit, restoring lakes to advance SDG 6, enabling low-carbon bioenergy aligned with SDGs 13 and 14, and proving a commercially viable circular model aligned with SDGs 12. With BioBloom, lake restoration becomes a system that cleans water, powers energy, and sustains itself at scale. Thank you.
The dimension of the product includes 1.2 meters in height and 0.8 meters in diameter. This is an extraction prototype designed to restore lake water efficiently. At the top, we have algae detection sensor which identifies high algae bloom zones. The buoyancy ring keeps the device floating on the lake surface. The rich algae water is drawn through a suction intake where it is passed through multiple filtration level system, where the algae is separated from the water. The extracted algae is then collected into a collection chamber where it is used for multiple further process. And the whole system runs on a low energy power battery saving mode which powers both suction and sensor.
This is our dashboard system. It contains various parameters like dissolved oxygen, pH level, etc. Based on this, we calculate our water body health score. If this water body health score exceeds a certain limit, our automatic algae detection system activates. This collected algae is later then transferred to industry buyers and biorefineries. This is later used for biomass and bioplastics, etc.
we can start with the jury Q&A.
Can I go ahead? Yeah, just stay on this financial model. The concept is understood because see, most of the big lakes are being given to private sector to monitor, even though it's a role of the government. There's a lot of wastages going in the lake. Now, algae is not as that pure as it is because there's a waste coming from the roads, from drains into the thing. Who funds this particular cost? One is the cost of machinery. Second is the cost of operating the system and the back end. Who funds it?
So the cost is broken down into the Excel sheet. The average variable cost is around 2,46,000. Total one machine costs about 2,46,000, which includes both the cost of all the components of the.
How many machines in a lake?
One machine we have designed it to efficiently clean around 8 acres of water.
At just 2 lakh rupees, you can do a cleaning of 8 acres?
We researched about the components and it was around 2,50,000 with maintenance of annual.
Initially, our fixed cost will be high because we'll be setting our machines and infrastructure, so that is going to count. But once we are scalable, then we are able to reach to that 2,46,000 figure.
One is the production cost of a machine, one is the prototype cost of a machine. I'm sure prototype is much higher than 2,46,000 is my estimate. And therefore, I'm concerned about the viability of this project.
So the production cost is 2,46,000 and we have kept R&D expense in our fixed cost as 50 lakhs for the first year.
Yeah, so then amortization, that's a precise, the amortization of that will come.
Yes, sir, we have kept it in our financial model, which is, it is there in the Excel sheet.
Okay.
Can I ask a follow-up question? So, like the idea is really good. One is the cost of it, the other is the technical feasibility. So as you all thought about the prototype, for the components that go in over there, is there an industry parallel? Is there a competitor already doing it? How much is the technology risk in doing it versus is the prototype already there in the world and you'll just create another one out of it? Can you spend a little bit more time talking about that?
So sir, at a global level, there exists ClearBot, which is a system which works on conveyor belt. So our machine works on suction and filtration method, which is able to remove the algae which is beyond the surface also. So that conveyor belt only removes the algae from the surface, but our prototype, which is also our USP, is that we works on suction and filtering. This is able to help the algae to break down into small particles and then to be stored in a small container. We later extract that container and then sell it to bioindustries and biorefineries.
I get that, but right, like one caption or one device, it's got small container. You want to take 8 acres lake worth of, algae. How much algae is that? How will it work? Can you explain a little bit more?
For example, sir, as we have talked about that one machine is designed to clean 8 acres efficiently, but it won't be in a single day or we have projected it will take around 8 days. So it is around 1 acre per day something, and it will clean up to 50 kilos of algae in one go, in one chamber.
So then your operational load is even higher. The machine has to be taken to different parts of the lake. Someone has to clean the machine every day then, right? So is there an operational cost that goes in much higher to this?
So there is our manual expense that is there. So it is heavy.
Also, sir, additionally, depending upon the size of the lake, so we've taken 8 acres as an average size. Depending upon the size of the lake, if it's a larger lake, we plan on deploying more than one machine. And there's also services available to, once the cleaning is done, once the cleaning of the lake is done, we can remove those machines from the lakes and then store them in a warehouse. So multiple machines can be deployed in one lake as well.
So which is the largest lake in India?
So the largest lake we are planning to clean is
Which is the largest lake?
Lake Chilka,
Where is that?
Odisha.
How many acres? Can you go back to your financials where you've shown your labor cost and stuff like that? Yeah, okay. So how many people do you expect working for you in the first year?
So we expected a manual labor of around 20 people.
20. And second year?
So we expected to build a small team in the first starting.
Second year, how many people?
We'll won't increase the manual labor. We will increase the salaries, but 10%.
10%, so 20 to 22 people. And then you'll just increase number of people by what, 10% is what you're saying?
Sir, the number of workers will depend on the number of lakes we will
So how have you done your salary and wages computation?
Sir, we have done it for the first year only, and
But you've shown an increase in the second year, right? And what percent increase is that? It's 5%. So less than 5%, even if your people don't increase, you expect to hold people, giving them less than 5% salary increases. Good luck to you.
So let me ease this up a little bit. They're being very difficult with you. So I think, bad place to pitch algae to oil and all that stuff, because we've been doing this in Reliance for a while. I was involved with the project at a certain stage, so I'll ask you a few questions and I'll give you a few answers also. See, what Ashwini and Punesh asked you is the practicality of the project by itself. When you talk about algae to oil, you're talking about the cleaning of a lake, you're talking about transportation of that algae to a certain location, you're talking about breakup of the algae, then you're talking about the delivery of the oil or the energy source to wherever you're trying to deliver that. The base premise is that it will be viable. Ashwini asked about the numbers on human beings, etc., which is a large cost because this is a fairly manual intensive process, even though you have a sucker machine that's being deployed. Now, there are multiple lakes across the country. There is a cost of transportation, there's a cost of collecting it. So Ashwini's point about cost of collection, etc., but human intervention is high. Each lake doesn't produce that much algae that you can have biomass availability at that scale. How many such lakes would you have to clean? My first question, how many such lakes would you have to clean to gather enough biomass so that it can be converted into meaningful energy source for anything?
So in the first year, we're planning on our target, as we mentioned also in the PPT, our target lakes are around 3 lakes per year, and the average lake size is 8 to 12 acres.
So how much of energy will that outcome give?
So we calculate in terms of electricity, it was around 1 lakh kilowatts in the very first year, only with 15 lakes. And as we scaled to
1 lakh kilowatts?
Yes, sir. The algae that we will collect and the energy that it produces, it costs, it produces up to 1 lakh kilowatt per kWh.
Impossible.
In the first year.
Impossible. 1 lakh kilowatts is a large amount of electricity. If you look at solar as a competitive bid, that means almost 15 kilometers worth of covered area per lakh of kilowatts coming through.
sir, if you're cleaning a lake, so the algae are of two types, the wet algae and the dry algae. So if you are cleaning a lake and there is this dry algae, so basically like if you collected 100 kilo of dry algae, so every kilo of dry algae produces around 3 to 6 kWh. And wet algae, if you collect wet algae, so basically 20 kilo of only dry will be useful. So according to that, like what the dry algae we will be extracting for every dry algae, we will be having around 3 to 6 kWh, and after further usage, it might reduce to like 250 to 350 for 100 kilo of algae.
Okay.
All right.
So now the second question that I have on that, sorry, can I ask one more? Whatever that person was. The second part of the question is competition. So, you know, your premise is that you're going to create electricity out of it. You have solar coming through, you have other forms of electricity, you've got batteries coming through. How do you compete against those alternative sources? And especially with, you know, costs of energy coming down, especially with solar and manufacturing in India, and we're doing it ourselves as Reliance. How does this compete with a competitive source?
Sir, actually we are not competing, but we are additionally adding to the whatever the sources there are. So if there are solar and hydro energy and thermal energy.
But what happens is that you're competing because your cost of production and the cost per kilowatt hour is going to be competitive to somebody else who's also producing it. I will only buy from you if I believe there is a competitive bid. So how does that compete against, let's say, something like solar, as simple as solar?
Sir, electricity we have given you an example, Basically, what we are trying to do is like we identify that in India, the biomass demand is 1 lakh tons per day, but the supply is only 7% of it. So we are trying to bridge that gap. So it can be used to generate electricity, it can be used to generate oil for other energy sources. So electricity is just one of the example. We are basically trying to give it to bio industries and biorefineries who can later use it for energy production. And also we'll be moving to giving it to nutritional health rich products and animal feeding. So that is also our domain that we'll be looking forward.
Okay, thank you, team. Thank you, team
I
BioBloom.
know, I just want to leave you with a parting shot here, okay? And I'd like you to do a little bit of Google, which I did. The largest lake in India by area is actually Vemband Lake in Kerala. And while Chilka Lake in Orissa is considered to be the largest brackish water lagoon and a major lagoon. Thank you.
Thank you, team BioBloom. Thank you to the jury. Next up, set in Shillong, close to India's climate edge, HypeX from IIM Shillong presents Krishi Jal, smart solar irrigation. This team was mentored by Sriram Mohan Girija, co-founder Find.
Imagine waking up every morning praying for rain, not growth. Let me take you through a story of a farmer, Kailash Nagre. In 2020, Kailash Nagre was honored as one of Maharashtra's ideal young farmers. He was known as progressive, hardworking, and a skilled farmer. He did everything a good farmer is supposed to do. Yet, in 2021, Kailash Nagre died by suicide in his own fields. Not because he was a bad farmer, but because the conditions for farming were not good enough. This is the reality for thousands of farmers in Vidarbha, where 93% of farmland depends on monsoon rainfall. Crop failure is common, and over 3,600 farmers die by suicide each year because they cannot control the one thing farming relies on: water. But the crisis is much bigger than one region. Globally, drought has affected 1.4 billion people and caused $124 billion in economic losses since 2000. Climate change has made rainfall unpredictable. Water stress is rising in semi-arid regions everywhere. From India to Africa to Latin America, farming is becoming less about skill and more about surviving uncertainty. So the real question is not how hard farmers work. The real question is, how do we reduce uncertainty? How do we give farmers control over water, energy, and time? This is where Krishi Jal comes in. A solar-powered smart drip irrigation system that uses IoT sensors plus AI to deliver water at the right time in the right amount automatically. It does not depend on diesel. It does not depend on unreliable grid power. And it does not wait for the monsoon. It replaces uncertainty with reliability. With Krishi Jal, farmers can save up to 60% water, increase yield by 20 to 30%, and reduce costs significantly. More importantly, it restores confidence because great farmers like Kailash Nagre don't need sympathy. They need systems that support them. Krishi Jal helping farmers farm the certainty, not fear. In the future, we'll scale this solution with AI-driven fertigation, automating nutrient and water delivery with precision, boosting productivity while reducing input costs for every farmer. And we've also made it affordable. Government subsidies cover 50 to 60% under PM Kusum and PM KSY. Farmers pay 15 to 25% upfront and the rest through subscriptions, lower than current diesel costs. Once successful in Vidarbha, the model expands to drought-hit regions including Egypt, Kenya, Brazil, Spain, unlocking global climate smart agriculture markets. Krishi Jal isn't just a product, it's a lifeline. It gives farmers control, communities hope, and partners a sustainable, profitable, globally scaled impact model. Thank you. We are Team HypeX.
Good morning. Now that we have seen our problem statement and our proposed solution, I'll start directly with what truly differentiates Krishi Jal. We are not selling irrigation hardware. We are delivering a managed data-driven water service. Our USP lies in combining solar power, drip irrigation, real-time sensing, AI decision making, and local service support into one integrated platform. This ensures water is applied only when reliably and only when needed reliably and sustainably, even in low connectivity rural environments. Next, we have our fertigation module. Because we already control when and how much water is delivered, the platform naturally extends into smart fertigation. This allows nutrients to be delivered precisely along with irrigation, reducing wastage, improving soil health, and increasing yields. Strategically, this moves Krishijal from water efficiency solution to a full precision agriculture platform, increasing customer stickiness and long-term revenue potential. Next, we have our carbon credit issuance model. This same data backbone enables issuing of carbon credits, generating additional revenue source for the farmers.
Impact-wise, our targets are very clear. Krishijal delivers 40 to 60% water savings, around 20 to 30% yield uplift, and up to 40% reduction in energy use, simply by removing diesel dependency and optimizing irrigation. With remote monitoring and predictive alerts, we prevent prompt downtime and avoid over-irrigation. Across a season, this translates to 3,000 to 5,000 cubic meters of water saved per hectare, while giving farmers far more stable and predictable incomes.
Our implementation is designed for rural realities. We deploy through FPOs and cooperatives using demo farms to build trust. Reliability is ensured via a 3 years rugged hardware planning and a local network. At the village level, one trained operator supports around 50 farmers. Sustainability is core, with the flow metering and AI-based caps to prevent overpumping and protect groundwater, aligned with the policy program. For scale, we started in Vidarbha, replicate across water-stressed high solar regions in India, and then can expand globally. Our GTM is partner-led, making this a repeatable climate-smart agriculture platform, not just a one-time hardware sale.
Financially, Krishijal removes the biggest adoption barrier, upfront costs through subsidy stacking. Under PM Kusum, up to 60% of the solar pump and controller is subsidized, while PM KSY supports drip irrigation through center and state splits. As a result, farmers pay only 15 to 25% upfront. The balance is covered by a 6-year subscription, priced below the diesel irrigation cost, making them cash flow positive from day one. After year 6, this drops to a low AMC of 3% for O&M and monitoring. Over a 10-year life at an 8% discount rate, the model delivers positive NPV IRR of approximately 16 to 24% and a payback between 3.6 to 4.7 years, even in downside cases, making Krishijal bankable and robust. So, Krishijal proves that saving water and increasing farmers' income can happen at the same time. Thank you.
This is a smart ML-based drip irrigation system designed to automate irrigation decisions using real-time sensor data, machine learning, and a live dashboard interface. I'll quickly walk you through how data flows through the system from sensors all the way to automated irrigation. Starting at the ground level, we collect data using 3 sensors. A DS18B20 waterproof sensor measures soil temperature directly at root zone. An analog soil moisture sensor which gives a calibrated raw value in the range 1860 to 4095, where higher value indicates drier soil. A DHT11 sensor measures air temperature and humidity to capture evaporation stress. All these sensors are connected to an ESP32 development board which acts as a central controller. Using code written in Arduino IDE, the ESP32 records sensor reading every 5 seconds. Once the ESP32 records the data, it immediately sends it over Wi-Fi to a Firebase real-time database where the readings are stored and timestamped continuously. This same data is visualized on our Lovable-based front-end dashboard where we see live sensor values, pump status, and ML decisions in real time. This dashboard acts as a monitoring and control layer for farmers or operators. From Firebase, the sensor data is picked up by Python's based ML controller, which runs in an event-driven mode. Inside the Python engine, we evaluated 3 machine learning modules: a baseline regression model, a random forest model for accuracy and interpretability, and deep neural networks, which is our most advanced model. The deep neural network uses a 5-layer architecture with over 10,000 parameters along with dropouts, batch normalization, and early stoppings, allowing us to achieve an expected accuracy of over 99%. Based on the prediction, pump on or off along with the confidence scores, the decision is written back to Firebase and sent to ESP32, which then triggers a single channel relay module to automatically switch the submersible pump on or off. We train the system using 15 days of real sensor data from our own prototype, extrapolated across field conditions. This results in a scalable, production-ready, water-efficient smart irrigation system which complete end-to-end visibility. Thank you.
We can start with the jury Q&A.
Hi team Hypex, very interesting idea and a very noble one. I wanted to ask you about the AI data. Who does it belong to? The overall universal data that you capture, who does it belong to, and has there been any ethical privacy related information that has been protected while building this?
Thanks for the question, ma'am. We will have the data within our frameworks, but we will also make sure that we have an ethics committee set up. So basically, to make sure that data privacy and protection is there.
Not just that, ma'am. So for the prototype, we have collected data from our own, through our own sensors. So the data was collected for a 15-day period, and since the data records every 5 seconds through our system, we had over 10,000 data, as it was mentioned in the video. We collected over 10,000 data, and it was extrapolated to understand how the model was functioning.
So this was done on tractable land across various different crops?
No, ma'am. So currently, the current prototype that we have shown you just works for two crops, that is orange and cottons, and specific to Vidarbha region.
So scalability wise, can it be expanded, the technology, to other crops, and how would you see that going forward?
Yes, so according to the crops, the threshold limits of the moisture, humidity and area will be changed. This was for the prototype, it was just for rice and cotton and oranges. So if we scale, it can be definitely customized to different types of crops.
Thank you.
So just following up on the question, right? Like you showed it on a pot and you captured the sensors. In an agriculture field, you're going to run a tractor, you're going to have plowing happening, lots of things happening. You have wires in your sensors. Tell me more of the operational and the practical aspect of it. Some rodent eats the wire. What will you do? What is your operational cost? How many people? Show me that model if you don't mind a little bit.
So, sir, as per our prototype, like what we could show you is something that is at the top layer of the soil. The sensors are supposed to be within the range of on the top of the surface to up to 1 meter. So if it is below that, the sensors can be used perfectly. Moreover, these sensors are mostly used during the growth stage of a crop. That is where this sensors will be actually very helpful.
How many sensors do you need in a certain area of land? Just walk through the dynamics of it.
So for the sensors work for 3 to 4 acres of land, right? And we understand there are some operational challenges, like if someone plows through the field, so the wire can be cut. There could be challenges like only the place near the sensors are over irrigated, or the waters there larger, so the readings might be skewed. So we will tackle this by we can remove the wire by making it wireless, and also we need to educate the farmers on how we can basically get the most out of the solution.
Sir, as I mentioned, at a village level, we will be having one trained specialist everywhere to cater around up to 50 farmers. So this is how we are going to.
Yeah, I think that's what come down to the whole technical challenge to handle this concept.
Yes.
Too much of hardware.
Yes.
Yeah. Obviously, if there is a hardware which is not working, then there is no data coming in. Therefore, everything will fall. Being practical in a remote area for any farmer, it's not on the main road. It is in the village, or then there are connectivity issues. Then there are all even service issues. I can give you an example. Even if a tractor goes off-road, it takes 2-3 days to even get a tractor repaired. Then kind of manpower you need to go and repair any of the system, and which are specific subject. The practicality of this whole concept, which is good, is have you picked up the cost? Can you see the cost of doing this, running this practically?
Sure.
behind the equipment cost?
Sure. So this is basically the risk matrix, quantified risk matrix. So we accounted for 7 factors, including financial and the operations. Coming to cost.
Practical cost of running the show. And from a farmer point of view to run the show, somewhere he'll say it's outside warranty, please pay me the cost. And not everything is going to be under warranty.
Yes, so Nitin, if I could just add on to your point. You know, if you look at this, your presentation started by saying there's a person, you know, who committed suicide because of, you know, whatever. Now, if you look at that, one question that comes to mind is how many people in Vidarbha actually commit suicide because of lack of irrigation, you know, concerns, number one. Number two, when you look at your risk matrix and also the numbers that you've got shown up over here in the pitch that you showed us, 52,866 approximately is the upfront cost that somebody is going to have to pay, which means that's about 33,000 rupees, you know, cumulatively. You add that up and, you know, it turns out to be about 88,666 rupees annually. For a person who's earning a lakh of rupees, that's a large cost, isn't it?
So starting with your first question, sir, I personally come from Vidarbha region, and the two major challenges is their unreliable electricity, which we are solving through solar, and second is irrigation. So for irrigation, we are giving them drip lines basically. That is the most efficient way to save water. And coming to the cost side of things.
Yeah, so the upfront cost, actually NABARD and a lot of agri banks do fund these do give loans to these farmers to get these set up. If it is subsidized by
Problem is the loan by itself, right?
right?
They are unable to pay those loans back. So suicides are not just because of water, they're because of an inability to run their households and make money. So if you're getting a loan, somebody's going to have to pay that back sometime.
Right. So the total cost of the hardware is about 4.3 lakhs for a small scale farmer, out of which 50 to 60% can be subsidized, and the balance will be paid through a subscription model as well, whatever they feel comfortable with, the farmers.
Adding on to
The
this.
point we are saying is, see, not everything is warranty covered. It may be covered for a particular point.
3 years.
3 years, yes.
I think not all equipment will be 3 years warranty. Most of the people will not give you 3-year warranty. Then there will be failures. And the payback is 5 to 6 years. Somewhere down the line, somebody will lose the interest and this equipment will go waste. Or there will be an NPA created because he would have got subsidy. He's not going to pay, somebody going to come and take it out. Same thing happens in solar pumps also. There's a repair problem. He will say, I will not pay for the repair, and then the solar pump is gone. I think somewhere you're not captured in the business model, what Ricky just mentioned. There will be a default.
Yeah.
And if he's going to default because of crop A, B, C, D, he will not pay the subscription, he will not pay the repair. Then it becomes an NPA. Then becomes a burden on the farmer itself. Why the hell did I do this whole issue? Is added to my problem of my crop.
Yeah.
So this becomes a practical. Maybe for a big farmer who is rich, for sure he can look at this concept. For smaller guys, it's a question of technology versus his problem. He will just give it up.
Sure. So we understand that risk is there for NPAs and especially returning the debt, but we also have to account that. Yeah. Yes, but sir, due to our solution, we are helping him increase his yield as well. So 7 to 8% yield is increased, around 40 to 50,000 per crop cycle he can increase through that solution. So
Sorry,
we have
one last point. I think you're missing what Nitin and I are trying to say. See, greater or enhanced irrigation is not equal to enhanced output. That's not how it works in a farmland. You're discounting price volatility. You're discounting MSP. You're discounting, whatever manure you need to use. You're discounting the fact that there may not be a crop supply that is good enough at the end of the year. Pests and pesticides and so on and so forth. One part is the cost element of it in putting your product on the ground. The second part is the other factors that yield towards the lack of output. So do consider that in your risk matrix also.
Sure.
Thank
One
you,
final
jury.
question, just out of curiosity, who's the president of Farmer Producer Organization? Okay, thanks.
It is led by different people, can also be led by NGOs as well,
So,
or a large farmer too.
Okay, thank
one
you.
of the FPO is of
Thank you,
Reliance,
team.
and one of the FPO I know is of Adani as well.
Thank you so much, Team Hypex. Let's have a huge round of applause for Team Hypex. You all did an amazing, amazing job. Next up, from I Am Trichy, where tradition meets engineering, Team Phoenix introduces Geosphere, an AI live companion. Welcome, team. All the best.
I have to host a party tonight and playlist, snacks, food, clothes, bills, everything is still pending. And I also have two important meetings at work. How will I manage everything myself?
What you just saw isn't broken technology. It's something far more subtle cognitive overload. Each task lives in a different app, with different flows, different decisions, different mental effort. Not because things are broken, but because nothing talks to each other. This friction compounds daily.
And this is why we need Geosphere, India's first AI life operating system. Not just an app, not just an assistant, an agentic AI twin. Let me explain what that means. Most assistants respond when you ask, but Geosphere responds when you need. It learns your rhythms, your preferences, your unspoken routines. It sees connections you don't have time to make, and then it acts. You don't manage numerous different apps anymore. You express intent, and Geosphere coordinates reality. This isn't automation. This is intelligence that lives with you, learning, adapting, anticipating.
Now, you might wonder, how does this happen safely? Simple. Geosphere listens to signals, your behavior, context, and intent. These signals pass through three intelligence layers: context, decision, and action. Nothing is automated by force, everything is explainable. Also, privacy isn't just a feature we added, it's the architecture. Control doesn't ever leave you. You don't operate Geosphere, Geosphere operates life responsibly, transparently, invisibly. India deserves an AI that doesn't just answer questions, but one that quietly takes care of life, so life can be lived. Let us now show you what that looks like.
Geosphere, I'm hosting people tonight.
Don't worry, Rohan. I can help you with the party arrangements.
Based on your style and the weather, I have picked a few outfits from Agio for you. Pick one. I've built a playlist for your crowd using JioSavan with the latest Bollywood and Punjabi hit, and I have added snacks, drinks, ice, and quick add-ons on your JioMart cart. Please approve and set for your party. You can take rest now. I've handled everything for you. Your life, simplified. You enjoy the moment. I handle everything.
So today, Reliance can invest in analytics, waste management, farming solutions, health, and whatnot. Each one solves a very important problem, but each one lives in one vertical only. However, life doesn't happen in one vertical. Life happens across all of this combined. So today we ask a very important question. Why limit intelligence to solving just one thing, when Geosphere can orchestrate all these aspects?
So now that we know what is Geosphere, let's see how we scale it. AI won't win in India just because it is impressive. It will win because it is effortless. That is why Geosphere does not go to market. It wakes up inside India. From day one, Geosphere is inside MyGeo for every active Geo user. So there is no need of new download or no new learning curve. We start with daily easy wins, such as content, groceries, reminders, and as trust builds, we expand into health, finance, and third-party integrations like Swiggy, Uber, Netflix, and whatnot. So the users doesn't just manage apps, they just live it. This isn't customer adoption. This is habit formation at national scale. When growth follows naturally from this, product-led growth happens because Geosphere is embedded in daily lives of customers, not discovered in an app store. Sales-led growth works because Geosphere captures intent first, and only then routes it to the right service or partner. No cold starts, no forced cross-sell, just intelligence meeting demand at right moment. Geosphere isn't just a product launch. It is an ecosystem awakening.
And with scale comes sustainable profitability. Commerce becomes occasion driven instead of browse driven. Entertainment shifts from chasing attention to owning time. Finance moves from reactive decisions to guided behavior. The result isn't just more clicks, it's more reliance in every decision. By year 5, Geosphere enables 70 to 85 million engaged users, driving 7,500 crore in annual revenue, and increasing the customer lifetime value by 3.5x across the ecosystem. Geosphere is a layer where all solutions can coexist and compound, but this only works when the math is disciplined. We are not relying on a single source of income. Rather, we have designed a portfolio of revenue streams. First, commerce uplift generating up to 4,000 crore per year. Second, financial service monetization adding to 1,800 crore per year. Third, partner marketplace commissions creating a revenue of 2,000 crore per year and attention monetization approximately 250 crore per year. Because Geosphere rides on existing geo infrastructure, cost to serve stays around rupees 10 to 11 per monthly active user, even at scale. The break-even arrives in 24 to 30 months, with margins expanding beyond 70% as intelligence deepens. This isn't revenue growth. This is behavior turning into recurring cash flows.
And now for the best part. Geosphere isn't just profitable, it is defensible and sustainable. They can copy an AI model, they can copy a UI, they can also copy a chatbot. But Geosphere isn't just another chatbot or an AI model. It is a life operating system. And this life operating system has modes that are not built on code, that are built over control of reality. First, trust that has been built over the decade. The distribution model that activates nationally overnight.
Okay, thank you, team. We now have the prototype.
So this is how the Geosphere user experience looks like. It only acts within the apps which you select, and Geosphere will work on those boundaries. This is your AI twin, and you can customize it according to your preferences. You can also select your regional languages so that the artificial intelligence feels personal. Now coming to the tricky part, planning a party. Constant chaos, so many things to take care of, but Geosphere takes care of everything with one click. First of all, it selects an outfit for you from Agio. Once you confirm it, it curates a cart for you from GeoMart for your party essentials. Once you confirm that, it also creates a playlist according to your preferences, not just the algorithm. It also takes care of your post-party recovery for the morning after. And just like that, outfit done, music curated, groceries scheduled. Basically, life handled.
We can now begin with the Q&A section.
Hi, I have a very basic question. When you're planning a party, which is say maybe like a couple of days down the line, and when you're ordering from Agio, it is probably going to take you 7 days to get the outfit. So have you thought through on that front? Sometimes it takes that long. Yeah, but sometimes it takes that long. I know because I order.
So basically, we will always try to ensure that the Geosphere customer gets top priority on Agio because it's inside Reliance. So that will be our top priority so that the Geo users at least get prime delivery or something like that.
But there's going to be competition as well, which might deliver immediately. So will you also be plugging that into the app?
Shaunak, you want to take
So, ma'am, if you see our GTM, so for phase 4, we have envisioned integrating third-party apps that help us get to the customer, help the customer with their lives. So we are envisioning partnering up with other third-party apps in the future.
Okay, just on most of us, let's say, will be non-vegetarians. Sure.
Yes.
Are you aware Geo does not supply you non-vegetarian? Then you have to go to third party, you have to order non-vegetarian.
So for now, we haven't integrated Zomato, Swiggy, or any of them. But at the later stages, when we have at least 20%.
The highest selling on Zomato is biryani, chicken biryani. Obviously, they will not provide you on Jio.
As of now, we are not planning to integrate Zomato inside Reliance, but we are also hopeful that Reliance will come up with a service of their own anytime soon.
See, the point was not about the service. The point is, if you try to give the user everything of only Reliance, then you are not being customer centric. The beauty about your idea is that you are making life easy for the customer. We are all customers. I don't think only Amazon or only Flipkart or only Reliance. I'm looking for getting things from wherever I'm used to getting. So a big gap in the idea is, how do you meet the user where they are? And that element becomes super important. And so the examples that the jury was trying to give you was, are you thinking holistically, or is that even a barrier to get started? Otherwise, I will need a Geosphere, a Google Sphere, an Amazon Sphere. Then again, I have the same overload of managing 5 spheres for me.
Exactly, sir. You are absolutely correct, and that is why we are starting with the Reliance apps, because that will build a sense of trust among the users. But as we move forward, we have to integrate Zomato, Swiggy, and whatnot, because across 515 million Reliance Jio users, even if we consider a very rough estimate of 20% adoption and 10% frequent users, that will also give a huge customer base. And every big ecosystem like the Amazon, Google, Netflix, each one of them will want to jump inside this ecosystem, inside Geosphere. So as we integrate them, we'll take some amount of margin or some amount of revenue and provide some percentage of that to the customer as well, providing discounts in that process.
Geosphere is the name you've given?
Yes, sir, but...
and you've talked to Jio about sharing the IP and your ability to use the name and, go publish it and say this is Geosphere. Have you tied up on all your statutory compliance, documentation, everything else for using the Jio name?
So
you're not going to be held responsible because you're in the Jio auditorium, but...
we can defend this by saying we haven't yet published it. This is still only on my local system.
You just made it open to public right now.
But the public can't use it, so that is the defense. And other than that, the browser which already exists with the name of Geosphere, we believe is the phase 0 of an unified system, and we want to go towards the phase 1 and 2, where we unify the entire ecosystem in general. And generally, basically, make ease of availability for the user.
Thanks.
Thank you.
How many of you are Geo users yourselves?
All of us.
All of us.
Is it a singular SIM, multiple SIMs?
Singular.
No other provider?
No.
No provider?
I have one.
You have a provider. Do they provide anything that is not Geo? Any service that they're providing that Geo doesn't have? Or the Reliance EcoSpace or Sphere, as you're saying, doesn't have?
Sir, yeah, definitely. They provide bundle deals on recharges, like they provide subscription of Hotstar.
वो तो हमारा भी है.
Jio Fiber also.
They provide Jio.
I have that also. So is there anything that they're providing that we don't? I'm going back to Punish's point earlier. If somebody else is providing something else, and you're going to use an API to integrate with ours, the integration is not just dependent upon what Jio wants to do. It's also dependent on what, a competition or an alternate provider or what they want to provide. Have you thought through that?
Yes, sir. So we'll start our talks with only, we will be sending demand. We won't ask them for any data. As in, if we go to Swiggy, we'll just tell them we are sending them high intent data. So that's what every organization here wants, high intent data, because our customers will tell Geosphere that, okay, I want this. So it's high intent data and lower time for them to place an order, because Geosphere will be doing it for them. So they don't have to share any data to us, plus we are sending them more customers that with high intent and lower time for them to order. So that's why we think this model will work. We are not asking them for any data, we are just giving them more revenue.
Okay, can you go to the financials really quickly? I think you are grossly underestimating what it takes to set it up, and because the user has to change a behavior, which is very difficult, you are overestimating how much people will be having propensity to pay. So go to your financial model quickly. You spoke about, this one. So the AI compute cost, storage cost, like what is your initial setup? Because users will not start paying for you on day one. They will not see so much value in the first year. So how much is your burn to even get it set up? I think that's not coming out very clearly in your financial piece. So if you can spend a minute talking about that.
Sure. So we are aware that Reliance is already spending a huge ton of money on AI infrastructure, and we are planning to leverage that as well. So if we leverage that,
but that infrastructure is not free, na? You can plan to leverage it, but there is an opportunity cost to it. So it has to be in your, it can't be zero.
Yes.
So what is that number that you are planning to leverage, and how would you, if you are running a P&L, how would you show that is intense? Because that itself could be 10,000 to 15,000 crores.
Yes, sir. So we've taken the initial investment around 500 crores because of the existing infrastructure and everything in place, and the investment that Reliance is doing.
No, so break down the
AI.
500 crores for me. How many tokens?
Yes, sir. So for AI infrastructure and models, we've taken around 200 crores, which are comparable with other geo pilots that we've taken. For product integration, we've taken around 100 crores for building the APIs and the stacks. For security and compliance, we've taken around 50 crores to make Geosphere compliant with DPDP Acts and the ISO Act.
My point is, these are only setup costs. You have a very high operational cost, right? And so your operational cost that you have taken, that 4 rupee 25 paisa and all of that at scale becomes very high because your customers are not going to pay for you on day one. So your model assumes a good balance, but that may take 1 or 2 years for you to get there. So just think harder about it.
All these numbers are projected for year 5, as we have mentioned in the present. All these numbers are projected for year 5. So at year 5, we expect this cost to serve 10 to 11 per user and these revenues. So we don't expect this at year 1, we expect these at year 5.
Comes to the question of cash burn in the first 3 years. That's what he's asking. How much is that?
So we have not, like the investment we've taken, the cash burn will be a little higher than this, around 50 per user. We have imagined, and we have imagined it to drop down exponentially.
It'll actually be significantly higher. And so you can do the math separately, but when you start putting all your infra costs, not a sunk cost, but also your operational element to serve these queries. How many tokens are taken to serve the queries, how much compute is happening, that operational cost becomes very high, could be even a couple of rupees per query. In your one experience, you will do multiple queries. And so your cost to serve the user becomes very high. So, as a B school students, as you're pitching the case, the VC will always ask you, tell me my burn. How much money do I need to invest in you for the first year or second year? Okay, your plan has a good line of sight to recovering the money. But if that burn is too high, you can't even get off the ground. So just something for you all to focus on, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, jury, and thank you, Team Phoenix, for that amazing presentation. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, please? Next up, straight out of Goa, where balance meets efficiency, Rakshit Kumar J from GIM proposes AI-led textile energy optimization. This team was mentored by Manjula Tiwari, CEO, Cover Story.
Dyeing is one of the most energy-intensive stages in textile manufacturing. At a typical dyeing unit processing 18,000 kg per day, the monthly energy cost comes to Rs 1.96 crores. And yet, most dyeing lines still follow static recipes. Once the operator sets these parameters, the process will run automatically. If there is any variation in real time, then the parameters will not change automatically in real time to accommodate for these changes. Because these parameters do not change in real time, it leads to energy wastage and longer cycle times. The solution? Agentic AI for sustainable dyeing. We introduce an agentic AI control system that learns and optimizes dyeing process dynamically. Instead of static recipes, the AI agent continuously reads parameters like temperature, concentration, etc., predicts the future states, and tweaks the parameters in real time to get the process back on track, thus saving energy and reducing cycle times. The solution consists of IoT devices, reinforcement learning model, and digital twin, more about which I will be talking during presentation. We developed the prototype and ran the simulation. It showed 23% decrease in energy consumption, 20% decrease in read cost, 20% reduction in cycle time, which means one extra batch per day. If the proposed system is implemented in a plant with throughput of 18,000 kgs per day, then we have the estimated annual savings as rupees 6.3 crores and savings of 4155 metric tons of CO2 emissions. The 5-year NPV comes out to be 12 crores and the payback period is 5.15 months. The proposed solution is technically feasible because it builds on the top of the existing PLC devices. In order to mitigate the change resistance, we can have operator to review AI suggestion and then validate it. It is economically feasible given the capex is less than 50 lakh per plant and break even less than 6 months, and environmentally it is helping us to achieve the net zero 2035 targets. The proposed system is scalable given the containerized architecture. Data from multiple plants can be used to train the model. As a stretch goal, we can sell the retrofit AI kits to other industries, generating annual revenues. And this system can also provide data that will aid in integrated ESG reporting frameworks. The market strategy involves a phased approach. In phase 1, we deploy at one dyeing unit. In phase 2, across all the dyeing plants. In phase 3, we expand to other lines of business like retail, new energy, etc. And we also offer AI retrofit kits to other industries. And this is the hidden potential that has 988 crores of expected revenue in next 5 years. We are not just automating dyeing, we are teaching it to think, turning dyeing operations into self-optimizing, carbon-smart textile network. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So in the video we have seen the issues associated with the textile dyeing process. India currently has 9,000 units and the annual CO2 emitted by them equals to 0.17% of India's total CO2 emissions. The dyeing process is basically an interplay of 4 billion parameters, and the process that is used to control it currently is reactive. That is, it will kick in only if the process goes out of track, and as a result it consumes excess energy, and energy comes at a cost. For a plant something like that of a Naroda, the projected energy expenditure is expected to increase at 4.58% per annum for the next 5 years. What if there is a system that can continuously monitor for the variations, bring the process back on track even before it goes wrong, thus saving energy and the cost? That is where sustainable dyeing for agentic AI for sustainable dyeing comes into picture. It basically consists of a set of IoT devices. These IoT devices will constantly monitor for variations and it will send the state, the present state, to prediction layer. Prediction layer will estimate if the probability of the process going out of track, and if it senses that process is going out of track, it will call the reinforcement layer. Reinforcement layer will let the PLC device know which parameters needs to be changed and by what value. And that's how it brings the process back on track even before it goes wrong, and all these are within the guardrails, the thresholds that is set by the business. In order to make the process more reliable on the technical front, the accuracy, in order to maintain accuracy, the model is tested on last 2 years of data, and only once the accuracy crosses the business approved threshold is once we deploy it. And initially when we deploy it, the AI will give suggestion. Operator of the machine, they'll have the authority to override it, accept it or reject it. And we start with one line at a time and then go across multiple lines. The implementation plan starts with a stakeholder analysis, mainly to understand who are more likely to be resistant to the change. Here it's going to be the plant operators because they fear that AI might take over their jobs. In order to mitigate this risk, firstly, we'll have to give a clear assurance that AI is an assistant to them, not someone who's going to replace their jobs. We can have them in the quarterly retraining process so that they build confidence about the system. We can have incentives tied to the operator who saves energy because of the use of AI. That's how we can mitigate this risk. Change management plan consists of starting with creating awareness of why the change is needed, then how it is going to impact their day-to-day operations, then about starting with one line, we give the low-risk decisions to AI, and then finally we sustain this behavior with the quarterly retraining and the monthly ESG reports. The technical related risk can be mitigated by using the right protocols, especially for cybersecurity, then quarterly retraining model, and making use of the proven technologies. Implementation plan, initially first 3 months are for pilot preparation and setting up. Then we start with one line, we validate the results, then we scale across multiple lines, and the end of 1 year is when we implement it throughout the plant. And from textile, when we expand to other LOBs, in 1 year, we will be able to save 3,287 in energy costs, and we'll be saving 0.56% of India's total CO2 emissions. And the hidden potential, when we start creating our own AI retrofit kits and sell it to other industries, not just textile, but beyond textile, over the period of 5 years, even with a modest 35% of market share, we'll be able to have a revenue of 32,634 crores, and we would have saved 319 million tons of CO2. That's like 12% of India's total CO2 emission. Now, this is the hidden potential of this idea, where it's not just saves the cost, but also brings in revenues and contributes to the environment. And what better place to start this journey than the roots of Reliance, where Reliance began its journey decades ago, the textile industry. Thank you. Can you have the prototype video, please?
So this is how the Geosphere user experience looks like.
Sorry, the next one. This is the previous thing.
It only acts within the...
Let's have a quick demo of the prototype that I've developed. It's a web application. In real-time world, this will be connected to the PLC devices. But for the purpose of this demo, I will be using a CSV file. The CSV file has some pre-recorded values of temperature, concentration, etc. And these will be given at different time steps to the model. The model will continuously read it. It will predict what the future state is going to look like and then make tweaks to the parameters wherever required. So I've uploaded the CSV file and I have mapped all the data columns. Now when I click the AI optimization simulation, it will run the simulation and we see that 26.31% of energy saved. So this is how the progression looks like. If there was no AI system, then it would have consumed 372.15 units of energy. Now it's consuming 274.26 units of energy. The project involves a capex of 35 lakhs and an annual operating expenditure of 2.35 crores. It is expected to deliver annual savings of 6.3 crores. That is an ROI of 233%. Thank you.
We can start with the jury Q&A.
So I'll start. One quick question. Good presentation. Good thought behind it. How much of your project has been planned around variability of pre-dyeing of the material when it comes through, let's say, through a polymer when it comes for dyeing? How much of that has been planned for? Second part of that is each lot that comes in, and we run a large part of this, let's say out of Patalganga, one of our plants. There are multiple lots that come through, so each lot has a dyeing variability that comes out. And finally, you have, for lack of a better word, some chemistry drift. You may have a part of a lot that is good and a part of a lot that's not so great. That causes, re-dyeing incidents. You'll have to redo it again and again. How much of this has been planned for in your use case?
Yes. So the first about the variability in the pre-dyeing process. So the features related to that can be added in the data set, and that can be used for training the model. The next two questions you asked about can be mitigated by using the quarterly retraining. So what happens is we initially run at a pilot stage, we run it for a quarter. Then at the end of, and in that particular quarter, whatever the results AI gives, the operator will have the decision whether to accept it, reject it, or override it. At the end of every quarter, we analyze the logs. What percentage of decision have been accepted, rejected, and if we can use 5 whys to understand why it has been rejected. Incorporate it in every quarter and build a robust model. So this will account for the variability in the input material. Secondly, as you said, there will be batch-to-batch variation, and there will be some amount of time that is required for us to maybe update the model, change the model. Because, for example, let's say for one of the batch, the dye concentration is very dark, very high. For the next batch, it could be very less. Now, if the sufficient time between two is not given, it may impact the future batch. So there will be some amount of idle time when the batch changes from one batch to the other, but this has been accounted for in the calculations. We have calculated the capacity utilization to be 76%, to be precise.
So you're assuming about 24% of that is going to be idle time or downtime?
Yes, because right now the industries operate at 80 to 85%. For now, to be at a very conservative approach, I've taken 76%. If AI is able to do better, then the results will be more promising as well.
And my presumption is you're taking the larger providers, right? You're taking this kind of a project for a larger provider. If you had, say, a smaller scale, mid-size kind of company, would they be able to afford almost a 25 to 30% downtime of their machinery at that time? Will it be practical for them?
No, for them, the approach will have to be slightly different. That's why we have the 3 tiers of pricing. Only the first tier, that is for the 1 lakh, that is to the cater to the smaller segment, maybe the family owned entities or smaller MSMEs, as you said. So for them, the key concern will be the business should not be disrupted no matter what. So there we'll have to take care of it in a slightly different way.
Right, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question about this technology. Can it be extended beyond dyeing to other textile processes?
Yes, exactly. And that was my last but one penultimate slide over here. So we start with textile. Then from textile, we move to other LOBs under Reliance as well. Anything that has PLC device associated, maybe attached to the process, maybe it could be manufacturing, chemicals, hydrocarbons, petrochemicals, new energy, anywhere, where there's an operator who is using PLC device to control a process, this can be scaled up. The only variation will be the data file that is used to train the model. The features will be different, but the integrations more or less will be similar because most of the PLC devices, they make use of standard protocols. So just the change in the training data with bit of customization would do the job, and we'll be able to scale it across industries beyond the textile as well.
And why wouldn't larger setups replicate this model and take it away from you? How do you safeguard yourself?
Yes. It's not just the largest setups. Even the new age startups can easily replicate this model. Maybe they can write the code, they can develop the model by themselves. But what Reliance has decades of experience in running these. So the key crucial component for this model to work is the quality of data. This data, we get it from the log files. Now, this data may not be clean. We have to do a data audit. We have to clean the data. That is where the learning and the experience we had it for decades, that comes into picture. We'll be able to create a rock solid data file, train a model, and the model will be highly accurate. So let's say even if some startup, they copy our model, they try to sell their product, the first question the clients will ask them is, how good is it as compared to the Reliance? So Reliance will be like a benchmark now because of all the decades of learnings and experience we had. So the brand name of Reliance, the trust associated, the decades of experience and learning is something that will safeguard our model and it will prevent others from replicating it.
Thank you.
But what happened to data security? Suppose Reliance is running this. We aren't going to be in competing industry with so many things. Why will they work with us?
Yes, for any company, data security is a crucial aspect. They will not give data to anyone outside them. So in that case, what we can do is we develop as a software as a service. We deploy it in the on-prem servers that is located within their network. With other servers is owned by them or a data center owned by them within the company's network. And we can provide a software engineer who will help them. So data is theirs. The software that we develop is deployed in their systems. All that they have to do is upload the files, and our engineers can help them in customizing the fields, clean it up, train it.
So what is your revenue model with them?
Sorry?
When it's a service model, what are they trying to give it to you?
So we sell software as a service. Initially, we have a base fixed price. So as of now, 3 tiers. Maybe for the larger, the kind of companies which you're speaking, I assume that the 8 lakh, I can just move over here. Yeah, so the tier 3, that is 8 lakhs. So initially there will be a base subscription fees and then 2 components added to it. One is the annual subscription fees. The second is incentive based performance fees. So as and when we are able to deliver savings to them, we get a part of it. Again, now this is a very futuristic plan I've thought about, because since it's a future plan, I've not calculated the cost associated, just the revenue part of it.
So if I summarize, what you're saying is the approach is not the secret sauce. Having the data gives you the recipe to build, and then you take the recipe as a software as a service and give it to other people. Is that the premise of what your pitch is?
Recipe, one is software as a service. Secondly, the service, like we provide a software engineer to them because they have their own data and they need a team to clean up the data and ensure that the data is reliable.
Yeah, but anybody can do it, right? Like pick any company, pick any startup, they can try and do that. What you're saying is the approach is not where the secret lies. It's in their own data and then being able to build the algorithms on top of it. I think I really like your approach on the change of behavior, because the change of the behavior is often unsaid and is the biggest barrier to adopt it.
Yes.
But your 5-year projections feel very, very exaggerated. So I think your short-term pieces feel more practical, but your long-term assumptions, I think, are quite questionable. So that's kind of just my feedback to you on that.
Yes, so I've considered 24,000 individual units in India, not just textiles, but all across manufacturing. And I've computed the total, from the reports, I've got the total electricity consumed by these 24,000 units. And not all of the energy is addressable. Only 60% of them, as per the McKinsey reports, 55 to 65, take an average of 60. And that's where I've come down to the addressable energy and the cost per kilowatt hours. And then the model delivers 23% savings. So I've done the backward calculation. And this is at a modest 35% market share. Now, if the pessimistic approach I've taken as 15%, the overall revenue would come down. This would be the expected after considering pessimistic, most likely, and the optimistic scenarios. That's the value I've had.
I think one of the things that Punish is trying to ask, and I'm going to rephrase his question with his permission. See, when you look at your overall numbers, and you're rattling off a few numbers right now, I sent your data to one of my team members who ran regression on this in the last 5 minutes. Your IRR is 889%, right?
Yes.
It's kind of unbelievable that an IRR of 889% will actually come through, number one. Number two, what about organizational friction? Say, for example, somebody comes to my organization and says, hey, if you do this, this will happen and you can reduce certain headcount. You're not looking at, potential for IR-related issues. You're looking at, friction which is going to come from the organization. We're assuming that there is going to be a lot of excitement about adoption at day zero. If the adoption doesn't happen, then what? And the last question that I had for you was that, if your idle time, like you mentioned to me earlier, was between 25 and 30%, at that stage, 30% downtime cannot correlate to an 889% IRR.
Okay, so the IRR has been calculated with initial capex of 35 lakhs and annual savings of 6.14 crores. Since it's a software-based project, the initial capex is less. That's how I've got the IRR. So I might have to revisit my assumption in case, in order to validate if those are right. But for the assumptions that I have at this point in time, which I've got from the credible data sources, the IRR comes up to 889 crores. Secondly, about the change management plan, this does not replace any of the human headcounts. This is like an assistant to the operator which will enhance their efficiency of operation. So there will be no job loss, and that is the first reassurance we have to give. If you see the change management plan, the first step is about creating awareness and why the change is needed. And also I've mentioned it here in the stakeholder analysis about how we can go about it, specifically to deal with the plant operators. So we can have them as a part of the quarterly retraining program so that they have the confidence that this will help in improving their productivity and not something that is going to take away their jobs. So for them, one of the biggest headache is what if there is a downtime because of an error and they don't want to deal with downtime. And this can help in mitigating those headaches that they have. So if we speak in the language which they understand, the day-to-day headaches, day-to-day downtimes, they have to deal with the superiors, and how AI can help in mitigating these day-to-day headaches, we'll be able to have them on their side. Secondly, we can have incentives tied to the performance. If an operator is able to deliver savings with the help of AI, we can have incentives tied to them. And having them in the panels for quarterly retraining model will build the confidence that the system actually works and is beneficial for them. That's how we can go about this.
Thank you, Rakshit. You did a fab job. A huge round of applause for Rakshit, please. Next up, in Amchi, Mumbai, the city that powers finance and media, Team Reliable Business Champs from NMA MS Mumbai presents Reliance Creator X. Welcome team, all the best.
India today has millions of creators, thousands of brands, and hundreds of talent agencies. Yet, the content economy is still fundamentally broken. Creators struggle with inconsistent income and limited growth. Brands overspend without predictable ROI. Agencies manage relationships, but no outcomes. The real problem isn't talent. The problem is that there's no unified infrastructure that connects creators, agencies, brands, and commerce at scale. And that's where Creator X comes in.
Creator X is not a marketplace and it's not an agency. Creator X is an infrastructure. It's a system where creators, agencies and brands operate on a single AI-driven backbone powered by Reliance. AI is the brain of Creator X. Reliance is the engine that gives it scale, trust and execution. Let us show you how this works.
Creator X starts by partnering with leading talent agencies who are onboarded under the Creator X umbrella. These agencies retain full autonomy but now operate under a common platform with shared data, governance and monetization. Let's take the example of a macro creator entering Creator X through one of these agencies.
Once onboarded, AI standardizes their performance data, removes engagement inflation, and assigns a verified Creator X score. The creator is tiered, priced within the AI recommended band, and made discoverable across the platform. On the other side, brands register on CreatorX by defining their objectives, geography, and budget. CreatorX's AI matching engine then predicts the performance, recommends the best creators, and forecasts expected ROI even before the campaign begins. CreatorX also controls contracts, payments, and analytics. Every campaign feeds back into the system, improving matching accuracy, pricing intelligence, and performance predictability over time. From this pool of creators, high-performing creators will be identified who will be given the opportunity to launch their own private label by leveraging Reliance's manufacturing and supply chain capabilities.
Creator X is designed as a revenue-generating platform and not as a cost center. Reliance will earn through creator and brand onboarding fees, campaign commissions, agency execution margins, and premium data and analytics services, all of which will be driven by a high-volume, repeatable AI engine. So these revenues operate at strong margins, with campaign commissions typically delivering gross margins of about 20 to 30%. As creators consistently perform on the platform, a very small, high-quality subset will be selectively enabled to participate in commerce, not as sellers, but as curated brand extensions by coming up with their own brand, which will be supported by Reliance's manufacturing and retail ecosystem. What makes this scalable is Reliance's unique ability to combine AI, data, retail, supply chain, and distribution at a national scale. Creator X doesn't just participate in the creator economy, it becomes the infrastructure the creator economy runs on.
A very good morning, everyone. So let me start off with a question. How many of us have ever maybe bought a purse just because Prajakta Kohli wore that for her Diwali party, or maybe brought a stock recommendation just because you saw that on Ankur Wariker's video? So the influencer marketing business is booming like never before in India, and it's growing at rates of 18 to 25%. But understand what's going behind the scenes as well. Let's say Tapas over here, for example, is an influencer from a tier 2 city with 20,000 followers. The problem that he's facing is mainly he's not able to cut deals with the big brands. And also the smaller brands that he's cutting deals with, it's not contracted, it's just word of mouth agreements, and the payment cycles are taking up to 3 months or even more. Let's say Tanisha over here is a marketing manager with Reliance Retail. The problem that she's facing is to get the right influencers for her campaigns and to get the right ROI through it. And the opportunity over here is huge. Brands are struggling to measure the ROI through these campaigns, and the rise of influencers, especially in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. As these cities are growing, so are the influencers with it. And the micro-influencers are the future.
Creator X, an AI-powered operating system, connects creators, brands, and agencies, solving problems for more people like Tapas, Amersha, and Tanisha. Look at the snakes and ladders, which I hope was feeling nostalgic enough, is exactly how Creator X is building the infrastructure. The snakes are the problems which are currently prominent in the system, and the ladders are the solutions that Creator X is solving for the AI. Creator brand matching, establishing a creator credibility score via their past campaigns, and a fully secured escrow system to ensure timely payments. Next slide, please. Now, what exactly is the AI doing? We're doing performance predictions pre-campaigns, trust and legitimacy scoring, measuring campaign ROIs and sale metrics, and regional level platform lifts. Creator X measures the impact, not just the impressions.
Now, why would agencies want to partner with us? They would partner because we are not replacing them. We are an enabler. We are facilitating them with higher brand demand. We are reducing their cost and time by handling their contracts, payments, and also broadening their agency margins. Now, I will take you through how our first initial 3 years would look like. We would pilot. Next slide, please. Yeah. So we would pilot with Reliance, leveraging Reliance brands and focusing on micro-influencers. In the second year, once we have enough brand onboarded, we are going to onboard agencies, partner with them, and build an ecosystem. In the third phase, we are going to focus on macro-influencers, promote entrepreneurship opportunities by leveraging Reliance's supply chain and operation. And in the fourth and the final phase, we are going to target our global expansion by targeting international brands and international influencers.
The market is massive, 10 crores total creators with 2 lakh already monetizable, making Creator X both scalable and financially sustainable. We plan on following a penetration scale to margin under conservative approach. We plan to deliver a margin of minus 20% in the first year, but shortly progressing with low cost and high margin, broadening the profit to 45% by the third year.
Thank you. We'll quickly take you through the prototype.
The prototype will be played in a minute.
So quickly taking you through the prototype, we have a live Creator X website developed. It's an infrastructure where 3 parties, influencers, talent management agencies, and the brands who want to leverage these influencers can come together. So we're just logging into the business page. So once these stakeholders have logged in, every party will have their respective dashboards where they will get advanced analytics along with AI-based recommendations, as I'll quickly show it to you. Yeah, so this is an example of a business login page over here. So if we scroll down, you can see there's a campaign performance snapshot of all the businesses. As we go down, there's a campaign pipeline of all the campaigns that is currently active, live, and under review. There's AI recommended creators that the AI engine is recommending to this business based on the kind of campaigns that they want to do. A snapshot of all the active and past campaigns, and if we scroll down, audience and market-wise insights as well. So on top of the page, in addition to that, there's an escrow payment as well that we hadn't spoken about yet. What we're doing is we're incorporating an escrow payment setup in the middle as a middleman, as a third party. The problem that it'll solve is to centralize the entire ecosystem. Right now, escrows have only been incorporated in real estate. By incorporating this over here, the creators can rest assured that once the business has funded the escrow account post-contracting, the payment will be dispersed as long as the creator is going through with the campaign. So if you go to the top of the page, the business have an option to create a new campaign on top. And they can manually feed in all the details over here. And once they've fed in all the details, as they go down, all the way down, they can find matching influencers once they've fed in all the campaign. The AI will recommend influencers to them. And once they've selected the necessary influencers, the request will go to the influencer page where they can accept it. So I'll quickly take you through the influencer page as well, if you can log out from here. So even in the influencer page, it will provide similar analytics and AI-based recommendations catered to this influencer, along with all the campaigns that they've been a part of, all the earnings that they've made so far through Creator X, and it will be unified analytics. For now, if you go on YouTube, it only provides YouTube-based analytics. On Instagram, portal-specific analytics, but what Creator X will do is it will unify all the platforms that you're currently a part of in one page itself. So this is a very similar page, and if you directly go on campaign requests, the creator can see all the campaigns that the businesses have shortlisted them for. So on top of the page, there's a campaign request section. Over here, it reflects all the businesses that have shortlisted these creators. If you click on view details, they can survey all the details as to what are the exact requirements, 2 reels, 1 post, 4 stories, especially, as well as the budget agreed upon. They can accept and review the contract on this portal itself. and upon accepting the terms and conditions and signing the agreement, the business directly funds the escrow account, after which the campaign is manually executed. So that's the flow of the entire process in Creator X. Thank you. We're open to questions.
Thank you. Interesting Creator X as an initiative, as a concept, it's interesting, but it's already existed for a long time now. I'm sure you are aware that there are multiple other platforms that give you access to creators and agencies. So what is that USP? Is it AI that that you are working towards? And if it is that, then I feel like you correctly said, the creator economy is broken currently. The kind of ROI you get from a micro influencer sometimes is far higher than what you get from a larger one. However, it can all be bought, right? So how do you assure authenticity of these creators?
Sure. So to focus on what are our top priorities, definitely AI is one of them. We are launching something called a creator marketplace, where we will launch with marketplaces like a Nykaa to ensure that the campaigns that we work on, they will be able to see Creator X recommended campaigns. Now to answer that micro-influencers, we're focusing on micro-influencers primarily because I think they don't have agencies to back them up. So a lot of times they're not able to get to the brands which they want. So to give you an example, let's say a person sitting in Indore is doing a great job influencing people in Indore, and we want to increase sales for Campa Cola. We see that the last 2 months, we have a great business from Campa Cola in Indore. What we're going to do is reach out to this influencer and make sure that they are promoting our product. And this is not just specifically for Reliance. It's open to all brands, and we're becoming an ecosystem where, so like you said, a lot of these exist already, but there is no business which is doing this as a whole to bring it all together primarily.
So most of the bigger talent agencies, they have some level of tech infused, but most of the smaller talent agencies, which makes up the majority of the share, they're still doing most of the mapping completely manually. Most of the metrics that they're considering is the category that the business may want to reach out to, and if the influencer is catering to that category. So let's say if I'm a fashion influencer, I have 100K followers, and if that's what the business requires, they'll directly match me up and I'll execute the campaign. But what the agency might never know is maybe out of my 100K, 20K might be bots, and 15K might be
so you
followers.
detect the inauthenticity.
There will be an authenticity check as well that Creator X will perform.
How will you do that?
There are multiple APIs
Tools.
that can be infused, tools can be infused into the portal that will
Right.
do it in
So
the initial screening.
If a creator is inauthentic and she wants to pay and be on the platform, you will allow her to be there, but she will not rate highly.
She will not rate highly. Additionally, let's say they have 100K followers and a business requires 100K followers, but she won't be shortlisted for that business because the authentic number of followers are lesser.
So why would she continue to be on your platform if you're not giving her that high rating?
So to answer that, I think she is also aware, like you mentioned, right, that a lot of these followers are bought at the end of the day. And to ensure authenticity for the system, it is important that she might be able to get smaller brands on board who don't think it's their top priority.
So it's not just the followers, everything can be
engagement.
bought.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
Engagement, traction, everything.
Agreed.
Right. So there is such a
Gray
basically, yes, there is that whole space, very gray, where we don't trust the creators any longer. And that is why the creator economy suffers.
Yes, I understand.
So I would like to see a solve for that if there is.
So again, to answer, that's where we're leveraging AI. So how I mentioned that we're looking at previous metrics as well. So with AI, we're looking at, again, AI can distinguish if the comment is a bot comment or a real comment. Eventually, I understand that the industry is changing and we will change with the business. But for now, with the AI that we integrate, we'll be able to differentiate these fake followers, these fake engagement from the real ones that are able to do it without paying any money.
It's a tough space. And how much is the creator to pay for the onboarding and the brand?
So we're considering a very cheap price for the creators, and even the brands we have considered right now just 1200 for onboarding, for onboarding fee. We are going to take commissions when the campaign starts and they get their money from the campaign, from the GMV that has been created for a particular campaign. So our charge is going to be 1200 just for the onboarding and the tools that we are going to provide to them. And this is while we are trying to downplay here. We're just trying to make our cost bigger and smaller revenues, and that's how we're trying to show that even by downplaying, we are able to break even by the second year and generate greater margins in the years that come.
So if I can follow up to what Tanya was asking, I'm not able to clearly articulate or understand the problem you're solving. See, if you are solving the problem of inauthentic, that is one space. But by trying to create a marketplace, marketplaces have a cold start problem. People will not pay you even 1 rupee till you give them enough supply. The supply people will not come to you if you don't have enough demand. So it's unclear to me how will you even get this marketplace started. And many companies like even Instagram and all are trying to do this. So this is not a novel idea, it's an industry problem. So I'm still struggling to understand where exactly are you adding a lot of value and what exact problem are you trying to solve for, and what is the confidence that gives you that you'll be able to solve for it?
I would take that question. So the core problem that we're solving, like you mentioned, sir, it is a problem of authenticity. Yes, that's one part of it. But there are other problems to it. That is brand ROI. Brand invests a lot of money, but they're not able to generate enough ROI because sometimes the investment goes waste. The second problem is that influencers' visibility, like we mentioned, an influencer in a small region is not able to get enough brand deals. Third problem is that everything is scattered. There are individual influencers, there are individual brands, and they are connecting with each other individually. So there is no platform, there is no structure, there is no regulation to it. So we are bringing that regulation to it, like how escrow payments are going to solve the problem of brand and influencer trust. The brands are going to know that once I invest my money, only after the deliverables are met, the payment is going to be dispersed to the influencers.
Yeah, I get that. I think you're trying to solve too many problems at the same time, almost to the point where you're trying to fit a solution into the problem rather than saying that I will only solve one thing and then go deep in it, and then my business case allows me to go to other areas. That's just some advice more than anything else. I understand the pitch and everything else, but to me that feels like a small flag in the overall business model.
So at the core, the problem that we're solving for is authentic mapping, and all the other solutions that we're proposing are extensions of this solution that can be incorporated with time.
And regarding generating demand, how are we generating enough brands and how are we bringing enough influencers to the platform? Like I mentioned in the initial stage, we are leveraging Reliance-owned brands for attracting all the micro-influencers. Currently, in the current situation, micro-influencers don't have any platform to go to. Agencies don't back them up with enough support, and they don't take them, they onboard them for their brands. So what we are doing is, we are leveraging our own brands. Reliance is going to leverage them, attract all these small influencers who are doing really good now in the current market. So that's how we are going to attract these influencers. Now the current ratio of these influencers are more higher than the macro influencers in the market. So once these influencers get onboarded, the other agencies and the other influencers are going to see that, and they're going to see that there's a potential in this platform. There's potential in Creator X. More brands are going to get onboarded because they see that they can find good influencers on this platform. So that's how we are generating demand.
Can you go back to your cost sheet for a minute? Thank you for your presentation. Yes, so can you help me understand why is your sales and marketing cost going up so exponentially in year 3?
So, sir, our sales and marketing are dependent on the number of creators and the number of brands. With time, our number of creators and number of brands are going to increase, and we have to handle the budget for each creators and the support that we are going to provide to them. So, to that, we are trying to add the cost, which is dependent on the number of creators, and since the number of creators are going to increase exponentially, the cost is increasing.
To add to this, sir, we're also planning when we showed the phases, we're also planning that by year 3, we're looking at scaling macro influencers as well. We're providing them entrepreneurship opportunities where they can launch their own brands under Reliance. Additionally, we've got Geo Cinema where they can potentially feature in a series because they have built that level of influence with a 5 million or a 6 million followers on social media. They will be able to feature in a Geo Cinema film, which will again lead to additional costs for us in year 3.
And who's bearing the brunt or the cost of this? The cost of having these macro influencers in their films or on their brands? So who's paying? Reliance is paying.
Correct. So we're not promising that we're doing this for every single influencer. But in today's day and age, again, we have multiple influencers transitioning to Bollywood or series. And that's where we can pick and choose from these macro influencers, but we're giving them the opportunity, which is primarily the goal.
And to answer your question, the respective cost center will be paying for the same.
So you do realize that we also have a studio that commissions out content to another. So just making promises on behalf of Reliance would not be fair. That you need to be very mindful of.
Understood.
Actually, if I was to flip this on its head and tell you that the opposite of what you pitched might actually be a viable solution, say, you know, smaller content providers, smaller product services, etc., if they want to actually deploy themselves into our ecospace rather than them trying to prop up our brands and make sales based on that might be a more viable proposition. Because the challenge that you're going to run into here is, while your hockey stick is showing a lot of revenue coming in because there is initial recognition, it will go down with the same degree of speed as well, you know, towards the next part of it. And then the second thing is, you know, the whole commissions aspect of making money. There is always this little bit of, you know, tugging back and forth that happens between the content service provider and the brand by itself, saying that, look, you know, because of me, your eyeball hit this place and therefore you made a sale. So that distress between the content creator and the brand by itself will lead to a lot of unnecessary friction in the system. Do you agree with that?
So we do, and when we say we have planned a contract and a campaign, we do note down these like details, like under what are the some checklists that a creator has to finish to get the amount or the money that he is going to get. So we are just giving all the, we are trying to make it transparent for both brand and creator, so they don't have to pinpoint each other for that.
So additionally, how you mentioned that we should probably prioritize micro-influencers. So we're not keeping a model where it's only the brand reaching out to the influencer or just Creator X reaching out to either of them. It is a platform where, how you see in the circle, all three of us can, any of us can reach out to each other, be it the creator who's a micro creator, be it an agency or a brand.
Thank you so much, Team Reliable Business Champs from NMIMS Mumbai. Huge round of applause for them. You did a wonderful job.
That brings us to the end of the first 5 pitches. A huge round of applause for all 5 teams. You set a very high benchmark.
And to our audience here and those joining us online, don't forget to vote. The QR code will continue to appear on screen at regular intervals.
With so many powerful ideas already shared, we think this is the perfect moment for a short break.
We can take a 5 minutes break, requesting you all to please grab some refreshments and be back here in 5 to 10 minutes. Requesting all the teams to please start settling down. We'll be starting shortly. Requesting everyone to please start joining us back in the auditorium. Please settle down. Requesting all the teams to please start settling down. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you had a refreshing break. I hope you could click also some really nice pictures.
Before we resume, we'd like to share a thought from our founder chairman, Shri Dhirubhai Ambani. For those who dare to dream, there is a whole world to win.
Well, Prapti, those words perfectly capture the spirit of this platform. We now welcome back our remaining finalists, dreamers who are ready to transform vision into reality.
Next up, hailing from Kolkata, a city known for big thinking, Team Achievers from IIFT Kolkata presents a rooftop solar power exchange.
All the best, team.
He runs his garment factory in Bangalore and pays 11 rupees per unit for power, 30% of his cost. Just 2 kilometers away, the Sharma's family rooftop solar generates surplus energy, but they can only sell it for 2 rupees per unit. This is India's energy paradox, an 18,000 crore value gap where supply exists, demand exists, but connection doesn't. Peer-to-peer energy trading is already legal in India under Green Open Access 2022. What's missing is execution. That's where Jio steps in with its energy exchange.
We built the Airbnb for electricity, a 4-step system that unlocks this value immediately. Step 1. Zero upfront solar installation, financed by Jio Financial Services and government subsidies. Step 2. Bi-directional smart meters track real-time generation. Step 3. The Jio Energy Marketplace lists the surplus power at 6 rupees per kilowatt hour, which the MSMEs buy saving 40%. Blockchain ensures secure settlement. Step 4. Power flows through the existing DISCOM buyers. Households earn rupees 5,000 per month. We tackle the 3 biggest execution risks. Legally, we use an aggregation clause to bundle thousands of homes into a single 50 megawatt virtual power, bypassing the 100 kilowatt trading limit. Financially, we turn these discoms into allies acting as peak shaving tools. We help them avoid buying expensive rupees 12 per kilowatt hour power during evening peaks, while additionally they earn wheeling charges at rupees 1.5 per kilowatt hour. Technically, our AI-driven smart inverters manage reactive power to prevent voltage swings, making the grid safer with us than without us.
Adani generates power, Tata distributes, only Jio connects. Our moat is built on a 22,000 crore capital structure. First, strategic funding. 45% Reliance Equity as anchor capital, 32% green bonds, 14% via Brookfield Invit, and 9% in government co-funding. Second, cost advantage. Vertical integration with our Jamnagar Gigafactory produces panels at rupees 20 per watt, slashing installation costs. Third, scale. Instant access to 490 million subscribers for rapid customer acquisition. Fourth, execution. We have transformed data. Now we transform energy using 15,000 Reliance retail stores for local distribution.
We are not projecting incremental growth, we are projecting a structural reset of India's energy balance sheet. From a de-risk pilot in Karnataka to 5 million users pan-India, the operating leverage has compounded rapidly. What starts as a local energy pilot ends up becoming a national energy network. By year 7, we end up having 15,500 crore rupees in revenue and 4,100 crore rupees in profit. A 24.6% IRR with a 4.2-year payback makes this a capital-efficient, high-margin infrastructure platform. This is not just a business, this is India's energy independence at population scale. From Dhan Dhana Dhan to Bijli Muft Muft, powering India one rooftop at a time.
Our solution in Jio Energy Exchange, a peer-to-peer electricity marketplace. The objective is to convert rooftop surplus into reliable, cheaper power for MSME while improving grid efficiency. In India, electricity market has a structural mismatch. Household exports solar power at roughly 2 rupees per unit. MSME buys the same power at nearly 11 rupees per unit. Supply exists, demand exists, but the grid cannot match the efficiency. Why this become viable now? Open access regulation enables peer-to-peer trading. Smart meter enables real-time measurements and settlements. Solar costs have structurally fallen below grid tariffs. Here's how this works. Homes generate surplus power measured by smart meters. Surplus is listed on Jio Energy app. MSME purchase directly. Power flows physically through existing grid. Payments settled digitally and instantly.
Adoption works because incentives align. Installation is fully financed through Jio Financial Services. A typical rooftop system generates 20 to 25 units per day. Prosumers sell surplus at rupees 5 to 7 per unit instead of rupees 2 feed-in tariffs. MSMEs save 30 to 40% on power costs. Discoms reduce peak procurement and transmission losses. Jio earns platform commissions and a monthly subscription analytics fee from the MSMEs. Every participant wins economically without subsidy dependence. The model only scales with integrated capability. Jio brings in more than 500 million existing user base for instant distribution. Manufacturing scale lowers hardware costs. 15,000 retail stores enable physical deployment and service. Jio Financial removes the financial bottleneck. Execution capability has already been demonstrated in telecom. The Jio Polygon stack enables high-frequency settlement and reliable smart meter connectivity at national scale.
This phased rollout is carefully designed around regulatory readiness, grid stability, and market size. We begin with Karnataka because P2P regulations are clear, the grid is reliable, and the DISCOM is cooperative, making it a safe testbed. Once the model is proven, we scale into Delhi and UP, where user density is high and adoption can grow quickly. Then we accelerate in Telangana and Haryana, which have strong digital adoption and solar potential. Large industrial states like Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Tamil Nadu are entered later once policy alignment is complete. Finally, after the platform is stable and trusted, we expand pan-India.
Capital deployments total 22,000 crore across equity, green bonds, and infrastructure co-investment. The project achieves cash break-even in roughly 4.3 years and generates approximately 7,500 crores of annual profit in year 7. Our base case IRR is 24%, while downside near 16% and upside above 30%. Not a solar company, not a utility, a national electricity marketplace that aligns incentives across households, MSMEs, and the grid. Thank you.
India's energy needs are growing fast.
but the way we buy and sell electricity hasn't changed in decades. So we decided to bring the transformation right here in Karnataka. Our pilot location is Dodaballapur, a place with strong solar potential, reliable discom support, and dense MSME clusters. It is the perfect controlled environment to test a clean energy marketplace. But choosing the right pilot location is only the first step. For this marketplace to work, real people need to participate. Households need to understand how they benefit, and MSMEs need the confidence that this power is reliable and affordable. So, before any trading begins, we focus on onboarding, identifying the right homes, explaining savings and income clearly, and bringing the nearby MSMEs onto the platform. Once both sides are ready, the entire journey moves seamlessly to our app. The journey begins on Geo Energy Exchange. Users choose whether they are a household selling surplus solar or an MSME buying green power. Once onboarded, households see a simple dashboard showing power generated, power used, surplus available, and earnings for the day. The app clearly compares monthly EMI with monthly earnings so customers know their net benefit upfront. All transactions are tracked in the wallet, showing energy sold, money earned, and pending settlements. The marketplace shows live prices, active buyers, and automatic selling options for the surplus electricity. Monthly statements show units sold, earnings, EMI offset, and full settlement history. Customers can manage their profile, financing details, subsidies, and maintenance support all in one place. Now, moving on to the MSME part. MSMEs get a clear view of monthly savings, green energy usage, and cost reduction compared to discom power. Consumption patterns and clean energy scores help MSMEs track sustainability and efficiency. The app shows how much the MSME would have paid to discom versus geo energy with their savings highlighted clearly. MSMEs can track energy purchased, payments made, and pending settlements. MSMEs can choose sellers based on price, distance, and green score, making power buying transparent. Invoices and GST compliant bills are available for download, making accounting simple. Support, notifications, and account settings are managed directly through the app.
The exchanges do exist in some form even today.
Yes. Yes, sir.
So have you benchmarked yourself? What do they do and what is the difference you're bringing on table?
Sir, exchanges like Indian Energy Exchange and
Yeah, IEX is going through a very bad time on this
yes,
subject.
but the thing is that only the big players and state discoms can buy from it, not the day-to-day household users. So we leverage the Open Energy Access 2022, which allows peer-to-peer trading, and we have the scale economics, which can enable the country to have a lot of solar household.
Where is the scale economies coming from?
Scale economies is coming from multiple competitive advantages. We can see in our slides that first thing we have in vertical integration. We produce solar panels in Jamnagar for our Giga complex.
No, we have just started. We have not got big time on that. So.
Yes, sir, but our resources, they have extra capacity to produce without compromising on the quality or the timelines of Giga complex. So we can use them. So market price is 35 rupees per watt, and we can offer it at 20 rupees per watt.
Second thing you should know, maybe as a, today solar is excess available in the country, then what is required? People are going to dump a lot of material on the system. So rates are falling virtually every day because demand is lesser than the capacity. Number one. Number two, even PM's rooftop solar is not taken off the way we thought because households are not adopting despite subsidy being given by the government. Intention is very good. Adoption is not as it was envisaged. So this whole industry is going through a very, very difficult time. It's the right thing to do. Solar is the right thing to do, but it's going through a very difficult time. Costing is becoming a challenge in terms of margins because costing is not as competitive even despite putting all dumping. So the message I'm trying to give, your financial seems to be very, very aggressive and very, very rosy. It doesn't seem to be. Adoption is low. So I'm still not sure how will you scale up is my issue. And there is a competition for sure from IEX and other people.
So we have noticed.
So have you done a sensitivity to say if it doesn't happen, what happens? Can we see the sensitivity?
So we have done a sensitivity analysis.
That is based on our sensitivity analysis is based on 3 cases: worst case, base case, and best case. And it is based on user adoptions, like how the user is adopting, and it is also changing the how much.
50% adoption is something very.
Sir, we feel that our model has a zero upfront cost. The total value amount for setting the kit that we offer has a solar panel for household, smart inverter, bi-directional smart meters, and battery. That total cost 2.32 lakhs. We give it at zero upfront by taking EMI via GeoFinance, and we take 8% platform fee on it. Why we feel we can scale this is because we already have capital.
Assuming a 0% finance from any finance company with NPS build up, there is a cost. 0% finance doesn't mean there is no cost. What is the cost have you assumed? Because if the cost of fund, let's say, is 10%, he is giving it 0%, for sure somebody is bearing the cost of 10%.
No, sir, I'm saying zero upfront, no down payment, EMI of 11.7%.
Fair enough. Second thing, defaults. What defaults have you assumed?
Sir, in case of defaults, we haven't estimated a number, but we feel that we can easily take back our kit and replace it. And also
it's not usable. Once you reinstall a kit, it's not usable.
But sir, we will do certain analysis before starting it. That is why we are starting the pilot in Doda
We have
Ballabhapur.
to pick up all such kind of issues which are practical issues. Second thing, you should know the rates of electricity. Are aware of what has come down from where to where? Any idea?
Sir, we know that MSMEs generally buy it at 11 rupees per kilowatt hour.
Today the rate of solar electricity available, the tenders which have been granted is 2 rupees 85 paisa.
Sir, but we feel that in peer-to-peer trading, the prices will set according to market demand supply.
It's falling on rate. That's the point I was coming down to. The solar electricity is falling and falling and falling every month because of more supply than demand.
Sir, but
this case will go into a spin, because if you're assuming such high recoveries, you will actually have a problem of this payback period will actually go up to a very high extent, and therefore then becomes less. That's the question. I'm just thoughts on that.
So, but we go, please. Sir.
You're planning to start this pilot in Karnataka.
Karnataka, sir.
In a particular place which you called
Doda Ballabhapur.
Yeah. So have you checked out the rooftops there, whether they'll be able to hold the solar panels or not, and how many of them will actually be able to carry the panels, or are you expecting people to change their house roofs to accommodate the panels?
Sir, Doda Ballabhapur is a semi-urban sort of an area with a lot of MSMEs and industrial hubs. So we feel they will have roofs conducive enough to be able to
This
hold
is
the
your
solar panels.
sense, or you checked that out? This is your gut sense, or it is something that you've done through a feasibility study?
No, sir, it's a gut sense based on what we read about Doda Ballabhapur.
All right, thanks.
Based on reports. Good news for you is I live in Doda Ballabhapur in Bangalore. So I think it may still be feasible. The point here being made is more on the what are some of the operational challenges. And it is okay to say that we will overcome them, but you need to at least call them out or list them out and call it at risk. If you don't call it out at a risk, then the business plan feels very optimistic. And so I think a good element to say is there is element around installation, there is an element around costs, there is an element around macroeconomic pressures that are coming in, and the marketplace also may have a lot of inefficiencies to it. Because you have to say, how will you stand out from other competition? Why isn't anybody else making a marketplace? Is it because they have not got the idea, or the economics doesn't work for them? And then how will it work better for you versus others? I think that is the piece that most of the people in the panel are trying to double click on.
So we had showed our competitive advantages, the 500 million plus Geo subscribers. We can start pushing our offer to them, and we can use Geo retail
subscribers. I'll just pause, right?
Those are 4G telecom subscribers.
Yeah, see, the thing is, right, like when you have a large business, you never want to push things to the subscribers unless and until it is in the best interest for them, right? And so I cannot take my users for granted by saying Reliance kar raha hai to aap sab le lo. We have to make sure that as an independent piece, we have to always be in the best interest of the user. If it is the cheapest for them, if it is the most efficient for them, if it is the best for them as compared to any other competitor, then only I have the right to tell them to try it out, right? And I think that customer centricity has always got to be there. We cannot take it for granted. We will start one business because we have 500 million users. We will start another business because we have 500 million users. So that I think you want to just be very mindful of.
When it's customer centric, we feel that it will be profitable for the customer since they are getting their own electricity supply via solar and they have a surplus of around 8 to 10 units to sell based on demand supply. And our costing is also low because of the vertical integration, as I had mentioned before. And we have Polygon partnership for the blockchain settlement, so we don't need to pay for the power ledger system used by other competitors, which have small microsites like Tata DDPL or BACS Rajdhani in Delhi.
I think you're missing the wood for the trees. What's happening is, see, we do this, we have this product that runs for us. It's called Power Genie, we run it. The way I looked at your product, it seems to be a Me Too kind of product or a service that you're planning for your end consumers. Every house that is going to have solar on it, and if you're looking at a energy exchange kind of program, has to be southwest facing. If you look at most of the cities, people when they buy their homes, they buy homes which are north facing, west facing, east facing. They typically don't buy south facing houses, right? So that's one part of it. The second part of it, which is a more important question, is that with 2.25 rupees, like Nitin was also mentioning, and we're doing this in this campus that you're sitting in right now, I run that entire enterprise for solar, so I can tell you, 2.25 rupees is what they are giving you as a cost when you power back into the grid. If there is a payment delay, which with the discoms is a very common thing, and that delay is not 1 month, 2 months, that delay is a significant delay. Who's going to fund that part of the budget? Because that's going to come as an overall cost to you. The second part of the question is that globally, and there is an Indian regulation, you cannot sell back to the government. You can only sell back to the grid. And there is a certain amount, and the grid can come back and say, I don't need this much of power. Because I cannot store it, there are no batteries at the back end in which we can store. So I'm only going to consume X amount. But your production is for full installation that you've already planned. This campus has about 16 megawatts worth of solar that's being generated. It cannot all be consumed for non-IDC requirements. IDC is basically our software development center that we've got, also our geo network hubs that we've got here. That requires consistent support. So when there is downtime in terms of climatic conditions, there are other things that happen. How is that going to pan out from a balance sheet standpoint? Because the math is not adding up here.
So to answer that, we are not selling back to the grid. We are selling back to consumers, which could be households or our main target consumers, MSMEs, since they have high electricity demand and not enough rooftop area to cover that. This is the use of peer-to-peer energy trading here.
Groups like IEX, etc., are unable to make a go of it. Why will this product be able to make a go of it and they're not being able to do it, in spite of the fact that that's a common meeting place where everybody is supplying to them? So open access, we use that in this campus. The power that you're seeing on right now, this is open access power.
Sir, during the evenings, when consumption is high, production is low, it's at peak during the noon. So there is a lot of electricity shortage. Discoms are legally mandated to meet whatever electricity demand is there. So they have to buy it from sources like Indian Energy Exchange or private power merchants, power plants, and they buy it at high prices like 11 rupees per kilowatt hour. They're forced to sell it at 4 to 5 rupees per kilowatt hour under the government mandate. This is why most of the discoms are under losses and debts. So our system will ensure that there are enough household producers, so there is not any shortage to start off with, so they don't have to buy it from elsewhere, sir.
Can we have a huge round of applause? If I may say, you have truly achieved this. Next up from IRMA, we have Team Sehaj. Can we have Sehaj on stage, please? All the best.
Imagine a medical device so common that millions of women experience it every year, yet so uncomfortable that many avoid essential checkups because of it. Now imagine that device is not meaningfully changed since the 1800s. That device is the vaginal speculum. Across India, millions of women undergo pelvic exams every year, and almost all of them face the same device. The traditional speculum wasn't designed for comfort. It's painful, it clicks loudly, it's intimidating, and it often triggers fear and anxiety. Because of this, countless women avoid pelvic exams entirely, including cervical cancer screening, where early detection could save thousands of lives each year. This is not a medical problem. It is a design problem that's been ignored for nearly centuries. There have been attempts globally to redesign the speculum, softer versions, multi-design multi-petal designs, but none of them gained traction. They were expensive, hard to sterilize, not compatible with real clinical workflows, and not suitable for large-scale public health systems. There is still no globally adopted alternative, which means the world is waiting for a practical, scalable solution, and India has the opportunity to lead. And that's why I pitched the idea for Sahaj, a next generation speculum designed specifically for India's healthcare ecosystem. Sahaj uses warm touch medical polymers, a silent opening mechanism that removes the harsh anxiety triggering clicks, soft anatomical curves that reduce pressure and discomfort, and an optional integrated light pathway for clear visibility without extra equipment. Sahaj works within existing Indian systems. It fits into standard hospital sterilization. It has a recyclable, single-use version for PHCs and NGOs. It requires zero additional training for doctors and nurses, and it integrates seamlessly with cervical cancer screening programs without disruption. Women's health device market in India is growing fast. The Indian vaginal speculum market had a market share of USD 25.99 million in 2024 and is projected to grow at a CAGR of 7.8% during the forecast year. And yet, innovation has been stagnant for over centuries. Sahaj is low cost to manufacture in India. It has a short CDSCO regulatory pathway. It fits into government procurement cycles with reusable and single-use variants. It creates a stable, high-volume revenue model. This is not just impactful, it's commercially strong and nationally scalable. The future of healthcare isn't just about high-tech machines. Sometimes the biggest transformations come from rethinking the simplest tools, the ones women interact with most. Sahaj replaces fear with comfort, outdated designs with empathy, and hesitation with trust. This is how we shape the now, by redesigning one small device that can change millions of lives.
I'll begin with a question. How long does it take us to innovate? The world today is obsessed with improvement. We get a new iPhone every year, cars upgrade every few months, softwares update constantly. You name the industry, innovation is the norm. And that is exactly what I'm presenting today is so alarming. Because in a field that should be the most human, the most responsive, and the most progressive, healthcare, one critical tool of enormous importance and sensitivity has remained almost unchanged since the mid-20th century. That is the cervical speculum. This is why we introduced Sahaj, a redesigned cervical speculum built for comfort, dignity, and better screening. Uncomfortable to talk about? Maybe. Even today, conversations around women's health and what goes into women's bodies are often hushed. We have internalized the idea that in healthcare, functionality cannot coexist with comfort, that women must tolerate unease, anxiety, and even pain in the name of routine care. Cervical cancer is preventable, but screening rates remain low. Not because women fear the exam, they fear the tool. Metal and rigid plastic speculums trigger pain, anxiety, and loss of control. And this leads to a very real chain reaction: exam avoidance, low screening rates, and late detection. This is not a medical gap, this is a design gap. When you look at the numbers, the scale of the problem and opportunity become very clear. A $1 billion global speculum market, a $680 million India women's health devices market, and over 70,000 gynecology touchpoints across the country. Even modest improvements in screening participation can impact millions of women. So this isn't just a product opportunity, it's a public health inflection point. Today, clinicians are forced to choose between trade-offs. Metal speculums are sterilizable but uncomfortable. Disposable plastic ones reduce infection risk but compromise control and cost efficiency. Newer comfort designs improve experience but increase cost and complicate adoption. Sahaj is the only solution that brings comfort, sterilization, and cost together without compromise. It is autoclavable, comfortable, cost efficient, compatible with existing workflows, and regulatory ready in India. This is Sahaj in action. Sahaj is a clinically feasible prototype designed with manufacturing and regulation in mind. It uses autoclavable medical grade PPSU, soft touch silicone contact surfaces, controlled one-handed expansion for clinician ease. There is also an optional disposable wing add-on, opening the door for recurring consumables. It fits existing practices and requires no change in examination protocol. This is practical, deployable design. We have two revenue streams. The first is the reusable device Sahaj itself, which is the one-time buy. The second is the disposable wings, which are a recurring revenue. The gross margins are strong, 62% on the device itself and 79% on the consumables. As adoption grows, consumables become the dominant revenue driver, structurally improving the blended margins, because the recurring consumables depend on the amount of exams conducted, not the amount of instruments sold. We've also laid out a clear rollout path. Phase 1, pilot across PHCs and private clinics focused on usability and sterilization feedback. Phase 2 is state deployments via public health systems. Phase 3 is private hospital networks and diagnostics. Phase 4 is expansion into low middle income countries' export markets. This is measured low-risk path from prototype to population-level impact. When it comes to the risks, clinician resistance is addressed through co-design, workshops and training kits. Manufacturing risks are mitigated through precision tooling and pilot validation. Regulatory risk is minimal due to Class A classification. And supply chain variability is managed through pre-identified PPSU and silicon suppliers. The impact is simple but powerful. More comfort, more screening, early detection, and better outcomes.
Sahaj, in the interest of time, we'll move to the prototype.
The prototype video was also the same. It is present in the PPT itself. I would like to talk about how the idea came to be. So this idea comes directly from my background working in healthcare. I've seen how tools are used, reused, and rushed, and how patient discomfort quietly becomes invisible. Sahaj was born from real exams, real workflows, and real hesitation. We often give impassioned speeches about women's healthcare. This is a chance to actually act. A speculum may seem like a small object, but it sits at the gateway of prevention. And when this gateway becomes less frightening, more dignified, and more humane, millions more women walk through it. Prevention is better than cure, and sometimes prevention doesn't begin with a breakthrough drug. It begins with a simple, better tool. This is Sahaj, redesigning cervical screening, one exam, one clinic, and one woman at a time. Thank you.
Sahaj is very interesting. I want to ask you about the fact that if it's reusable, how do you mitigate the risk of infection, and what is the testing protocol that has been used in this?
So we use medical grade PPSU and medical grade silicone, which again is autoclavable. It can go through the same autoclavable steam, H2O2 and ETO cycles as the metal speculum does. So when it comes to sterilization, it is equally autoclavable, and that is why I said it is reusable. So hospitals and PHCs do not have to come up with a new sterilization mechanism for it. It just becomes a part of the normal clinical workflow.
Right. And in terms of competition that currently exists, cost-wise, how cost-effective is your product?
So our product is cost-effective in a way that we sell it at around 900 to 1,000, depending on 5% increase every year. And the speculums in the market, the metal speculums that are purchased by clinics and hospitals, start from 1.5K and above, goes to 3.5K also. So, and on top of this, we have realized that the vendors for PPSUs and silicone, medical grade silicone, we can, our cost is about 280 to 300, depending on year-wise economies of scale is achieved, it will go down. So our margins are very high, and we are selling it at a lower cost. And also it is more efficient as a device, because I have talked to the gynecologists in my area, and they have attested to the fact that if this device comes into market, they are ready to give it a go. So when it comes to the competition, Firstly, the competition is continuing to use the same design that had come out in the 1800s without any change in it.
No, there are new ones, and there
The new
is
ones, the
there are
Yona and the flower speculum had come out in the 2010s and it is within the last decade. So what happened with it was that first of all, it has multiple components to it because it opens up like a flower. So that is why it was called a flower speculum. It is costly to produce in India. Also, it is completely a new design. It is not this familiar speculum that clinicians are familiar with. So when you incorporate a completely new design into an existing clinical flow, clinicians do not adopt it. That is where the basic problem for these newer comfort designs happen. Because clinicians do not adopt it, they don't have the time to sit and study and learn a new device. Therefore, what we've done with Sahaj is we've taken all of the aspects, the good aspects of the older speculum and have made changes to it so that it becomes patient first and patient comfort is taken care of while also making sure that clinicians adopt it, because that would be our major setback if clinicians do not adopt it.
Can you show the financials? I didn't see the capex, the manufacturing cost, and the capacity. I didn't see any sheet on that. Is it there?
The sheet is not.
Because what is the cost to develop this? Maybe there is development cost. There is a R&D for that.
The Excel sheet is not here. The R&D part, in the first few years, we'll do contract manufacturing.
No. Development. Once you do development, then you can do contract, no? What is the development cost of this? Testing cost, development cost?
So,
I'm sure some kind of certification to say good to go. There must be a lot of cost.
So the cost still comes out, I'll have to go through the numbers. So the cost for the R&D and research for the design is what you're asking.
No, anything. Development, design,
So it is
prototyping, then obviously it goes into manufacturing. So there's a lot of cost because it's a plastic or whatever component. It goes through failures before you say it's good to go.
So our R&D cost is about 20-30. We have after doing all of the costs that we will require from getting our
How much is that? That's the question.
which is about close to 80 lakhs if we were to get into making larger units.
Are you sure?
I will have to have the Excel sheet if I could.
Okay, just to tell you, don't take it otherwise. To do a small plastic component like which you do for many other subjects, just a simple tooling machine for that is exceeding 2 to 5 crore rupees just to do a tool up of an equivalent size component, not for this purpose, some other purpose. So machines, injection mold toolings are very costly. So I'm just putting a number. So just show this number and look at those numbers. It is not as cheap as what you think it is.
Yeah. So I think a couple of pieces to build on that is, one is the operationalization of it, because there is building it, even if you do contract manufacturing, there is R&D, there is testing, there is a lot of certification, there is working with the government to make sure, the industry takes it. It's a multi-year process a lot of times. And then, how do you take it to field? You need a lot of people, you need field sales, you need to be able to operationalize it. So I think about that as one spectrum. My question to you is actually more basic. The premise that I heard from you is we can prevent cases of cervical cancer by increasing screening, and the increased screening is by the doctor, and patients do not want, or women do not want to go there. I was reading recently that there is a lot of new work that's happening for in-home testing, because India has a very good lab setup now. So if you're able to get very easy in-home self-testing, then you don't have to undergo, an examination, you don't have to go through other pieces. And the samples can be collected, from your home at your doorstep and taken to the labs. Have you investigated that route? Because there are a couple of companies in the US that have all got FDA approved this year around it. Just any research, any observations on that front from your point of view?
That will be a little tough when it comes to India, because we already have a lot of taboos when it comes to women's healthcare and what generally is, what goes into women's bodies. When it comes to the traditional cervical screening test, which includes a pap smear, which again requires the use of this instrument called speculum, even when women know what this is, there is still a part of it where there is fear, discomfort, and unease, which results in low screening participation. So when we talk about self-screening and home tests, for that you'll require years of education and years of changing the perception of the society that it is okay.
May not be, and that's why I'll just leave you with a thought. Look at Teal Wand. That's a US FDA approved element, and I may not be an expert in the area. My daughter is a biomedical engineer, and she's been doing research in similar areas. And so the rate at which AI is helping come up with new devices and new techniques that are much smaller, much cheaper, more accurate, and you don't have to need to go to the doctor. Just think about how you could challenge some of that conventional wisdom. My advice is more around that rather than to challenge the product. That's it.
I'm just going to add on to what Punish just said. You answered one part of my question, which was around muscle memory. Technicians or doctors, when they are used to doing things in a certain way, it becomes very easy for them because they've been trained on doing it in a certain fashion. When you change the tool by itself, there is a certain time it takes for training a person for using a new kind of a tool and technology and so on and so forth. The complexity in India is not just about the discomfort that happens because of MPV screening and so on. The discomfort is knowing that there is a foreign person sitting in you, looking at you in a certain way when a test is being done. That's a very large part of it. I don't have a question, but I have a suggestion for you. So as a part of your product, there are alternative products that are being created. And one of the reasons why my question came to mind was, when you start autoclaving products, there is a degradation that happens. Steel doesn't degrade because of autoclaving. It's high temperature, high steam, and all that stuff. This product, while there are replaceable parts, but even when you autoclave the non-replaceable parts, which are the standard parts, over a period of time, excuse me, it will degrade over a period of time. So that cost gets added to what Nitin was saying over the life cycle of the entire product. That's part number one. Part number two to that same thing is, just like there are tampons today, there is an availability of a probe that's available, which is a reusable probe, to what Punish was saying. You insert that, connect it to your phone, and there is a self-help MPV screening that you can do these days for yourself. If that thing realizes that there is something through artificial intelligence and the standard protocols that some product manufacturers are giving you, then you can end up going for this. So in the privacy of your own home, doing it by yourself, an MPV screen can actually happen like that. So my suggestion to you is look at these 2 points before you come out with your product. The thought is great, the idea is brilliant. One thing you haven't thought through is the temperature of the product by itself. Women typically don't like it because it's cold. If this product can be heated when it is being used, the discomfort is reduced significantly. My dad's a doctor, so I know a little.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to answer a few aspects of this. That metal speculums also go through degradation. So after a couple of cycles, 100 autoclavable cycles, what happens, it starts getting scratches and marks on it, rust forms. So when things like this happen, microorganisms and bacteria grow onto it. What happens with PPSU and medical grade silicone is that it is also equally sterilizable. It also goes through 100, 200, 300 of autoclavable cycles, after which it also has to be procured like the metal speculums have to be. Again, the temperature part aspect of it has also been taken care of. The medical silicone is used in areas which come in contact with the human body and they are not cold. For example, I would like to use an example of insertable cups for women. They are also not cold. They're generally closer to the human body temperature, and that is why this would reduce the discomfort for women. And another aspect, I wanted to talk about the disposable wings as well. So when it comes to self-testing, there is another problem in the population of women. There are about 25% women who suffer from, I would like to talk about why this issue has come up, because 25% of women could have, because of hormonal issues, pregnancies or traumatic experiences, their vaginal walls could collapse. So during normal speculum screenings also, when the speculum is inserted, visualization gets difficult because the vaginal walls collapse and there is no visualization. So when we're talking about the disposable wings, what they do is they get attached to the SEHEJ unit and they hold the vaginal walls on the sides. When this happens, you cannot do a self-examination because there are cases, there are chances when the vaginal wall itself will collapse. So these are a few aspects that I did look into, and I could not talk about it before.
Thank you so much, Team SEHEJ, for that truly impactful presentation. Next up, from Gurgaon, India's fastest moving business hub, The ultimate squad from MDI brings Quickalytics for quick commerce insights. All the best, team.
Over the last year, India's e-commerce market has seen the evolution of quick commerce as one of its most in-demand verticals, while experts opine that this was a natural progression for online retailers.
As we've seen with all the D2C players post-pandemic, CAC or customer acquisition cost has increased as well. So then how does it make sense for someone to be in business like this and be profitable?
The Indian quick commerce industry is set to be between $25 to $55 billion.
Quick commerce.
Quick commerce.
Quick commerce. Quick commerce.
Welcome to India's quick commerce revolution.
Every day in a city like Delhi, millions of customers open a quick commerce app hoping to find their favorite products. But too often, they're met with an out-of-stock tag. And in that moment, demand silently shifts to a competitor. The sale is lost, the opportunity disappears, and the brand never even knows. Behind this simple moment lies a much bigger challenge. Brand managers struggle with inconsistent sales, unpredictable demand, and a complete lack of visibility at the PIN code level. Some areas stock out too fast. Some drown in excess inventory left untouched. Every mismatch leads to lost revenue, expired goods, and wasted distribution efforts. This is where Quickalytics steps in, an intelligent retail brain engineered for the world of hyperlocal commerce. Real-time signals from every locality, SKU-level insights, and AI-powered recommendations all delivered instantly. Quickalytics identifies exactly where demand is rising and where stock gaps are hurting sales. It reallocates the right inventory to the right locality at the right time. No guesswork, no wasted shipments. Just intelligent distribution decisions executed with precision. And for the customer, the difference is immediate. The next time he opens the app, his favorite product is finally available, delivered within minutes. A seamless moment of delight, powered silently by smarter supply decisions. For the brand, the results compound quickly. Higher availability, better conversions, stronger market share, and far fewer stockouts. Inventory stabilizes, waste drops, revenue accelerates. And for the first time, the brand finally sees the full picture of its quick commerce performance. Quickalytics plugs directly into leading quick commerce platforms, capturing real-time price, availability, visibility, and competitor movement. The data is clean, structured, and enriched by our proprietary algorithms. AI models detect patterns, from pricing gaps to promotional lift to locality-level demand spikes, and the dashboard turns complexity into clear, actionable recommendations. Quickalytics is building the intelligence layer that will power the next decade of hyperlocal retail growth. Faster decisions, stronger revenues, smarter and sustainable supply chains. This is the future of quick commerce.
Hello everyone. Do you know the number of active D2C and FMCG brands on quick commerce have grown almost 250% since 2020? And our solution addresses the exact pain points that are faced by these brands by providing the hyperlocal level insights and the growth strategies. We even offer them the marketing and ad strategies and also the growth strategies for GT as well as MT channels, not only focusing on the quick commerce channels. Primarily, we are targeting on two groups, which are very high value target groups. TG1 is the fast growing D2C and challenger FMCG brands, such as Super U and Sleepy Owl. This has a total market size of around 14,000 crores with a CAGR of almost 35 to 40%. The TG2 is the large FMCG houses launching new brands like Campa Cola and Good Life. This has a market size of almost 90,000 crores with a CAGR of almost 25 to 30%. In our longer term, as an extension to our model, the same insights would support the growth of modern trade channels like Reliance Smart by strategic onboarding of these emerging brands which have grown under us and the cross-channel supply chain strategies as well.
Our USP is our vertically integrated business model offering end-to-end growth strategy for brands. Our proprietary algorithm analyzes out-of-stock data, pricing signals, search visibility metrics, and competitive analysis data across platforms. Thereafter, the AI Copilot suggests actionable recommendations for brands. Our GTM is phased. Phase 1 focuses on challenger TG1 brands through pilots and freemium entry delivering quick ROI. Phase 2 scales across major FMCG startup hubs converting early success into paid subscriptions and repeat adoption. Phase 3 expands into Tier 2 markets while focusing on acquisition of TG2 brands. Legally, we are fully compliant and future-proof. We rely only on publicly available commercial data, adhere to India's DPDP Act and IT Act provisions, and operate on secure encrypted cloud infrastructure aligned with the ISO standards. From an ESG standpoint, we directly lower carbon emissions while enabling responsible growth.
On the financials, Quicklytics is built as a capital efficient and a high operating leverage SaaS model. We scale revenues nearly 5x from 4.3 CRs in 2026 to about 51 crores by 2030. This is driven by 3 levers. First, we onboard more brands, we go towards deeper level PIN code coverage and steady subscription models for our clients. Importantly, the unit economics improve every year. Cost per PIN code remains constant, and the EBITDA margins rise from about 3,500 rupees to a whopping 25,000 rupees in the year 2030. So this leads to an overall EBITDA margin shift of from 6% to 35%. From an investor's lens, the model is very attractive. With an initial investment ask of about 5.24 CRs, we deliver a 42% IRR, a 339% ROCE, and a positive NPV at the start of rupees 6.8 crore rupees. And we ensure a payback period of around 23 months for the model. So overall, Quicklytics is a profitable and a scalable quick commerce solution that will revolutionize the India's quick commerce sector in terms of intelligence. Thank you.
Can I go ahead?
We have a pilot video, please.
This is Quicklytics, a real-time intelligence engine built for hyperlocal retail. This is the main dashboard. You immediately see weekly sales velocity automatically fetched from real-time data. On the right, our city-level on-shelf availability OSA heat map shows how the brand is performing across locations. Next, PIN code insights. It shows market share, availability accuracy, and upside estimation. Brands can see competitor benchmarks across platforms, same SKU, same price, same delivery promise. Now, competitor intelligence. It tracks real-time share of shelf across platforms and flags attack opportunities like competitor OOS or price hikes. Visibility and ROAS. Marketing teams see daily visibility patterns, ROAS efficiency, and share of voice. We highlight high-impact keywords with CPC insights, optimize spend in seconds. Pricing intelligence. The system detects parity violations, like Zepto selling at 320 rupees, while Blinkit is at 595 rupees, and quantifies lost revenue. Lastly, smart actions. This is where Quicklytics converts insight into action. The AI co-pilot recommends stock transfers, budget reallocations, and preemptive OOS prevention, based on demand forecasting and OSA signals.
Can I go ahead, please?
Yes, sir.
I think the fundamental what you have just said, real-time, publicly available data. How will you get this data real-time PIN code-wise?
So, sir, while we were in the primary research phase of our project, we were of the view that we will enable white label partnerships with the quick commerce platforms, but that was not feasible according to the structure that we were looking at. So, according to the DPDP laws and according to the IT laws of India, if you are to sign into any quick commerce app, and before login, all the data that is available can be scraped down. So then we looked at, is there any API available for these platforms? So that was again not the case. So therefore we went through Scrapey over Selenium on the JavaScript software that we had coded. That is going to scrape real-time data through the web scraping exercise and only the publicly available data before sign-in.
No, I understand that. So suppose you said you just use the word of a coffee. It will show you rate of a coffee on a Zepto as an example for a PIN code. It will show you rate on a Geo, it will show you rate on anything. But it will only show you rate. How do you know how much he has in stock?
So, sir, sorry.
How do you have in stock?
I'd like to take that up. So we don't know how much stock the brand has, and we don't know exactly how much demand there is.
Then
we have made an algorithm that only on the first screen that appears when you search for coffee on Blinkit before logging in. The data, all the data that is available there, we have picked up every parameter that we can from that data, be it page depth, search ranking, availability of each and every SKU of every competitor. So if my client is a Nescafe, I am not just scraping data for Nescafe. I am scraping data for Brew, for Davidoff, everything. And I am analyzing the out of stocks, the rankings, and
How do you do that? He may have 1 piece, he may have 100 piece. How do you know?
Yeah.
How much?
Yeah, so I'll take it. I'll take it up. So generally, when you open the Blinkit or Zepto, any of the product page, you have an option to add the number of units that you want. So through web scraping, we would be adding. So there's a call to action of adding the number of units. So we'll maximize the limit of adding the number of units, and that's how we get how much stock do we have in this particular pin code. And even yeah. So we are looking.
Okay. I got it. So first of all, is scraping allowed?
Yeah. So scraping.
So if I am GeoMart.
Yeah.
And I find out that you are taking my products, you are scraping my website, will I not try to stop you?
So as far as we are we are not beyond the login page. It's a publicly available data. So as per the DPDP laws that we had some interactions with the CIC in New Delhi's Chief Intelligence Commissioner. So what he suggested us that so far if you are within the boundaries of the public domain and you are not entering the login page, you are good to go until and unless any brand keeps these data after the login page, which is not favorable for the companies like JioMart or Swiggy Instamart, because they would want the customers to just first have a look whether they are having any products that they want and then log in and have a call to action.
Got it. So my question is, because I used to work at Amazon, right?
Yes.
Every day someone or the other is trying to scrape your site because they don't want to do the hard work of going to every store, figuring out the inventory, doing other things, or they just want to scrape your site to get the detail page. So they'll get the product image, they will get the description, they will do the matching and all of that, right? There is a lot of effort that goes in to make sure that data doesn't get scraped, because it's like I'm doing the hard work, others are just doing for zero, they're getting all the value. Flipkart does the same thing. They don't want data to be scraped. Zepto will not want to do it because it hurts their business model, that they are spending all the time and effort in creating, categorizing, cataloging, and any company is coming on top of it and saying, Mera cost zero hai, I will just use your data and then I'll build something on top of it. So I think as a business model, there is a huge risk to it. Even if it is legal, which is what you kind of came around, companies go out of the way to block IP addresses, scraping, bots, agents, and so on. That is the first thing. Second element is, in this model that you're trying to build up, you're saying real time by pin code. How will you come to know what is getting picked up from the shelf in pin code? Because multiple companies are trying to do this via point of sale. Google Pay is trying to do this based on transaction. Somebody else is saying we will scan the receipts. Right. So how are you trying to be differentiated and saying we will be better in real time as compared to any of these multi-million transaction systems out there? Paytm is trying to do it, PhonePe is trying to do it, and they're also not able to crack it. So how will you crack it? What is your way of capturing that real-time data?
5 crore rupees.
No, rupees to baad mein aayenge. Pehle, how will you capture that data? Because that is your secret sauce.
Correct.
So explain that secret sauce.
Correct. So we have a proprietary algorithm that we have designed, and one of the major components of our algorithm is out of stock or non-availability of any product. So as soon as a product is out of shelf in any of the dark stores, this comes into the onus of the provider like Blinkit or Zepto to get it out of stock. So as soon as it gets out of stock, it comes into our in our cloud server that this particular product is out of stock at this minute, and this is how we will fetch the real-time data and pass it on to the brands.
And sir, also answering your question regarding the business advantage, so we had conducted a competitive benchmarking against the potential competitors. Can you open that slide? So in this competitive benchmarking, we noted that there are players in the market that are scraping data, and this has been happening for almost, let's say, 12 to 13 years for the quick commerce sector. The USP that we stand out here is the integration part, the end-to-end intelligence and the AI copilot that we are delivering, and alongside, over and above that, we are looking at growth strategies at the hyper-local level.
So the business, when it comes to scraping as an initiator, has been there in the market since 12 to 13 years.
Just out of curiosity, where did you select the voiceover from?
So, yeah. So we have worked for many of such competitions, and there has been a website called 11 Labs. So we designed our entire video with the help of some AI tools and such websites which would help us.
Wonderful. I think enjoyed that.
Thanks,
but
sir.
I was getting confused between whether you were talking about Delhi or it was some country in Europe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Team Quickletics. That was an amazing presentation. Next up, we have Vignesh P28 from IIM Koikor. All the best, Vignesh.
Hello. We are throwing 2 lakh crore straight into the dustbin every single year, literally, because all that money is tied up in packaging. We tear open, discard in seconds. Packaging today is nearly 10% of FMCG input cost. Across India's $245 billion FMCG market, that's 2 lakh crore locked inside boxes and wrappers. Now imagine just 1% cut in packaging cost gives 20,000 crore back. Real, immediate purchasing power. But cost is only half the problem. The other half is far darker. Plastic packaging takes hundreds of thousands of years to decompose. It does not disappear. It enters our soil, rivers, food, and bloodstream. Today, an average human indigests a credit card worth of microplastic every year. These particles are linked to hormonal disruption, infertility, and even increased cancer risk. And 40% of India's plastic is single-use packaging. This is no longer an environmental problem, but a public health emergency. And here's the surprising part. India already has a solution sitting in FCI godowns. We store 20 to 40 million tons of rice and wheat every year. A large portion becomes old, discolored, or insect damaged, unfit for eating, but still rich in high quality starch. And here's the irony. India imports thousands of tons of bioplastics every year. So we asked a simple question. Why can't India convert its grain surplus into packaging? That question led to a breakthrough. Introducing FHB, India's first food-grade hybrid biopolymer, a first-of-a-kind technology that does not exist in today's market. It contains 4 proven technologies: starch, extracted from excess FCI rice and wheat; microbial cellulose grown from sugar waste; agri-waste fibers like husk and rice bran; enzymatic cross-linking for water and heat resistant. Together, these create a hybrid film that looks like plastic, feels like plastic, protects like plastic, but biodegrades like paper in 90 days. And the best part, FHB technology can be 20 to 30% cheaper than imported bioplastics. And the impact of it for FMCG companies, lower packaging cost. For consumers, lower product prices. For planet, no multi-layer plastic. And for India, it converts FCI excess into real value. What is the market for this? India's packaging market is 3.2 lakh crore, and plastic FMCG packaging alone is 2 lakh crore. Replacing even 5% means 10,000 crore opportunity. And our model is simple. Sell biopolymer resin, sell finished biodegradable films, or even license this current to scale nationally. This is the future of Indian packaging. Made in India, grown from India, and designed for the world. Thank you.
Let me start with a simple but shocking number. Every year in India, 2 lakh crore is wasted, not on inefficiency, but on packaging. Money locked in wrappers, boxes, pouches, but that we throw away in seconds and we never think about that again. Yes, I'm talking about India's packaging paradox. Packaging quietly adds up to 10% of FMCG input costs. Across 20 lakh crore FMCG market, that translates to 2 lakh crore every year. 40 to 70% of single usage plastic ends up in landfills and environment, taking centuries to degrade. Microplastics are now found in soil, water, food, and even in our human blood today. Now, here's the irony. India already holds 20 to 40 million tons of surplus rice and wheat every year, grains that are unfit for consumption but still rich in starch. This is where our FHP, food grade hybrid biopolymer, comes into the picture. We have come up with this technology with the help of Agritech Bio Foundation. This is a first of a kind technology which combines 4 existing components: starch from surplus rice and wheat, microbial cellulose from sugar waste, agri-fiber reinforcement from rice husk and bran, and enzymatic cross-linking from strength and moisture resistance. The result is hybrid material that behaves like plastic but composts in 90 to 180 days. So our total TAM is 2 lakh crore. In the near replaceable future, the compostability is about 8,000 to 12,000 crores. But from this, our obtainable market in the next 3 to 5 years, I would say, is 600 to 1,200 crores. So these are driven by our early adopters like premium food, beauty, and D2C brands.
So our go-to market is phased and practical. In phase 1, we will be focusing on premium validation, which will be directly working with FMCG and D2C sustainable driven brands. In the phase 2, it is about converter enablement, bulk resin supply. And in the third phase, we will be looking at mass adoption with regional licensing. And geographically, we will be focusing on states which have excess grain surplus along with strong FCI infrastructure. If we look at the financials, we're not building a 3,000 crore mega plant. Initially, we'll be setting up a 60 to 80 crore, 5,000 ton per annum unit at 150 rupees per kg and a 30% contribution margin. We hit 75 crore revenue at full scale and deliver 10 plus crore EBITDA by year 5. So for decades, packaging has been an invisible tax, not only on our wallets, but our health and environment. So with FHB technology, we would like to flip that equation. We convert surplus into value, waste into industry, and it's a new packaging paradigm for India. Thank you. Let's look at the prototype.
Have you considered all the...
Let me walk you through how we are building our prototype. Before designing the roadmap, we spent time speaking with scientists and industry experts in bioplastics to understand what it truly takes to move from concept to reality. To set the context, here what one of our mentors, Dr. Veera Brahmam from DRDO, had to share.
I am basically a man of physics. I did my PhD in material science. After joining in DRDO, I worked on composite structures, aerospace structures. So we have the idea of polymer engineering and polymer science. That is the reason I could able to see some solution related to biopolymers.
We have been fortunate to have taken inputs from various important mentors like Dr. Nagaya, Chief Scientist IICT, Dr. Nagbabu, Principal Scientist NEERI, and Dr. Veera Brahman, Scientist DRDO Bioplastics. Based on the inputs given, we have laid out a clear plan for our prototype development. First, we must consistently produce pellets and films with validated strength and barrier properties. Second, the material must run on a real commercial packaging lines with stable seals. And third, it must be ready for the compostability certifications. We start at a very beginning with feedstock. We use pilot quantities of broken rice, low-grade wheat and husk and standardize them through moisture and starch quality. Checks while in parallel, we grow microbial cellulose using sugar waste streams in a small fermenters. Next comes the most critical step, formulation. We blend starch, microbial cellulose, agri-fibers, plasticizers and enzymes and test multiple formulations to optimize strength and processability. These blends are compounded into pellets and then converted into real films. Once the film is ready, we test it exactly the way industry expects, validating mechanical strength, moisture and oxygen performance barrier and sealing integrity. The entire proof of concept is designed to be lean and execution focused. In about 24 weeks, with an investment of roughly 30 to 35 lakhs, we can complete material proof, film trials and initial validation. Thank you.
We are open to questions.
So great thought, really, but have you considered, when you talk about certification and so on and so forth, what all it will need to go through, especially if you're going to use it for products which you have to export and so on and so forth?
Sure, sir. So we have considered.
And I'll just add to that, you said that in whatever, 16 to 18 weeks with 35 lakhs, you could do proof of concept. So why have you done it so far? If not, why not? Because I'm sure you would have found somebody to, do that seed funding capital to give you that kind of money to do that proof of concept.
Sure, sir. I would like to address the question number one. It is about certifications. So I'd like to clarify that already the market for bioplastic is growing in India. We have bioplastic which is made up of PLA and PB80. So this bioplastic is compostable in industrial conditions. For example, this is the bioplastic that we see in Reliance Smart and other supermarkets, and it is written, "I am not a plastic bag." And this is made of sugarcane starch and cornstarch. But the catch here is, it is not biocompostable in environmental conditions, but rather industrial conditions. And that is where our thought has come in. This is certified using ISO 17088. So even we will be looking at the same certification, but what differentiates us is we will be using starch from rice and wheat along with microbial cellulose, which requires a certification called OK Home Compost, which is given by TUV Austria. And currently in India, only one company holds this certification, which will cost around 8 to 10 lakh rupees. And if we have that certification, it means that the plastic is actually biodegradable in the human environment. And there is no cost in order to collect and take back to the industry to recycle. And number two, sir, coming back to the question of why we have not implemented, there are two reasons. We have spoke to a couple of scientists, Dr. Veerabrahmam, DRDO, who has developed the bioplastic that you are looking at here. So when we spoke about the idea to him, he has given us two inputs. Number one is when we are dealing with the rice and wheat starch, the problem it is very permeable. And we have spoke about the additives that requires in order to make truly compostable. So what he has mentioned is they are already in the plan of developing, but for the other use case, not for the packaging. So he has acknowledged that it is possible, but the only problem would be to maintain the tensile strength as well as the moisture holding capacity. So there is a lot of research going into it. So once we have the right amount of additive that we can do, then this will be complete. So this is a product that we're looking for the right amount of additives that we can do for enzymatic cross-linking, which can make a proper biodegradable product.
So the suggestion there would be you could do that concurrently, given the amount of financial resources that's involved. One other thing is, why have you named your team only on your name?
Sir, this is a question that I've been asked for the last 1 week. So it is a mistake that we have done while filling up the form. So it has taken my name as the team name, and then we have continued, and it is a decision of both of us. It's not that it's just my name, but
okay.
It is a mistake that has happened through the software.
All right.
So one more question. So when you talk about the cross polymerization and therefore the ability to use this as a commonplace biodegradable product, how does temperature play a part with this? We are a country which goes from extreme of heat and cold, and especially when the temperature rises beyond a certain degree, biodegradation happens much faster. So has that been planned for?
Exactly, sir. So already existing bioplastics that we have seen that we are using already have the exact chemical properties as the plastic it is. For example, when we talk about the bioplastic that is made of sugarcane and rice, it does not decompose, as I've mentioned, in the environment. So when we talk about decomposition, decomposition is not just a product of temperature, but there are other factors. There are 4 important factors when we talk about decomposition. Number 1, temperature. Number 2, the moisture. Number 3, the microbial activity that takes place when the bioplastic comes in contact with the soil. So temperature is not the only factor in order for decomposition. There are 3 to 4, also the oxygen levels. So these 3 to 4 factors play into consideration when we talk about the biodecomposition.
What I meant was, in standard environmental conditions, especially let's say in a warehouse or a place where products are stored, where obsolescence sometimes happens with products, and you're sitting in a place where there's high humidity, high temperature for an extended period of time. Right. In those places, they lend themselves almost to a degradable situation.
Correct.
So if you have food-grade material sitting inside over there and sits for a long period of time, does that mean that the product itself will start to degrade?
No, sir. For the existing testing, where the ISO 17088 standard certified by the government, it is certified that it is good for packaging for the food and edible products as well. So the certification that gets is taken into consideration that even for food and edible products,
No,
the
I
packaging.
understand that. How long will it last?
So usually the bioplastics now are currently used only for the smaller shelf life. The reason being it takes only 16 months to 20 months. So that is the reason we only see these products in the supermarkets. But once the shelf life is increased as the research goes in, then it can be used for the mass packaging of products where the shelf life is even higher, more than 2 years.
Okay, last is not a question, but more of a comment. So, if you look at compressed biogas, or you look at, some of those products that the world is trying to put together, the biggest problem has been getting feedstock. Even in your case, feedstock is a very large component. Farmers, etc., may not want to partake, with their wheat and chaff and everything else to give that to you, because obviously, like in places, especially in the north, they burn the remnants not because they want to burn them, because it's nitrogen-fixing bacteria that goes into the earth and then causes, the soil to become a little bit more fertile. In this case also, if you don't get your feedstock, how do you intend to produce a product like this?
Sure, sir. That's the most important part of our presentation. So what we are doing, we're not procuring the feedstock right from the farmers. So what is happening, sir, every year if you see the inputs, 20 to 40 million tons of rice and wheat is getting wasted in the FCI godowns. So every year, what they do, we feel that they throw away. No. What happens is e-tenders are floated from FCI. They go for two purposes. One is for industrial use. Number two is as animal feedstock. So they have pricing for it. Feed 1, feed 2, feed 3. For industrial usage, they price it around 30% of the actual cost, that is 25 rupees per kg for rice, then they sell it around 8 to 10 rupees for the industrial use. So we have taken it into consideration. So what we are trying to tell is we are already a food surplus country in terms of rice and wheat. We are not telling that we will take away the rice and wheat that is for the human consumption. We are taking away the rice and wheat which is getting rotted in FCI, but has large amount of starch in it, which can create value.
Adding on to that, even today, at least weekly once in the newspapers, we see food stocked up in our FCI godowns, which is going to waste. So that is the use case we want to build it from that.
All right, that was Team Vignesh P28. Kudos to the team for an impactful idea there. Our penultimate team today is from Bhubaneswar, where heritage meets healthcare. Zero Delta from XIMB presents Geo Health Twin 360. Good luck, team.
Hello everyone, I'm Shweta Pratishapati and I'm from Exime University representing Team Zero Delta. Let me start with the moment every Indian family fears. It's 2 a.m. A loved one is rushed to the hospital. The doctor says we can save them. The billing desk says first pay the deposit. In that moment, the crisis is not just medical, it is financial. One bill can wipe out years of savings. Health insurance was designed to stop this, but today it is static. One size policy for a whole year. Reactive. It pays only after the damage and financially blind. It does not know what a family can actually afford. Now look at Reliance. Jio is in our phones. Jio Health Hub holds our records. NetMeds and Reliance pharmacies handle our medicines and tests. Jio Financial and Reliance Insurance protect our money. You already own every piece of the solution. They are just not wired together. Our idea is to connect all of them and create a new category. Jio Health Twin 360. The health balance sheet for every Jio customer. With the customer's consent, Reliance builds a digital health twin from Jio Health Hub data, NetMeds history, ABHL linked records, and key vitals. AI converts this into 2 life scores. A health risk score, how likely measure health events and OPD needs are. A healthy liquidity score, how much financial shock the family can bear. Together, this is their health balance sheet. On top of it, Jio Health Twin 360 offers 3 powerful layers. First, health subscription. A small monthly fee that bundles teleconsultants, checkups, and discounted medicines or tests across the Jio Reliance ecosystem. Predictable monthly spend instead of one shock bill. Dynamic health cover. A base health policy whose benefits and rewards are calibrated every quarter using the health risk score. Better health is equal to automated upgrades. Rising risk is equal to early nudges. Third, health credit buffer. A ring-fenced credit line from Geo Financial used only for co-pays, exclusions, and premium top-ups. In an emergency, one screen shows cover, instant top-off, and EMI options. For customer, insurance stops being a PDF no one reads and becomes a living safety net inside the Geo app. For Reliance, this means sticky subscription revenue, better quality insurance, higher net mix and diagnostics usage, and a curated health-focused lending book. No other player in India owns this full stack of telecom, health, pharmacy, finance, and insurance. Only Reliance can turn into a national health finance operating system. We are Team Zero Delta. Our vision is simple: to reduce this gap between a medical emergency and financial security, the delta to zero. And we would be honored to build and pilot Geo Health Twin 360 with you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are here with a single urgent question. What happens to a family when a medical emergency hits at 2 a.m. and insurance doesn't feel like a support? In our primary research with 30 plus individuals, we asked them to rate 7 pinpoints. The top 3 were clear. Health shocks are real time, insurance isn't, resulting in delayed claims, hidden gaps, and zero emergency liquidity. That panic goes through in our top customer interviews on this slide. And it's not isolated. 14% medical inflation, 40% out of the pocket spend, and 40 crore in the missing middle. This slide shows our Reliance scale advantage through a need gap comparison and competitive metrics. HealthTwin 360 uniquely brings together what users need most: complete bill protection, real-time risk and affordability intelligence, low-friction claims, and fraud control in one integrated system. The key differentiator is execution. Reliance owns the full stack: reach, care, payments, and protection, backed by 550 million plus and owned rails.
Well, let me walk you through the actual solution. It starts off with the data ingestion. It's 3 major sources: the ABDM health records from via the Geo Health Hub, the NetMed adherence, and the wearable details. This feeds into the intelligence score that generates a health-adjusted financial score. It is more like a CIBIL score, but for your health. This in return generates the health twin. Now, one of our key differentiators is the AI experience layer. For user, we have GeoJiva, an empathy advisor that decodes policies, gives recommendations, and nudges for better health. For insurer, we have the co-pilot that runs truth checks on self-declarations to mitigate frauds. This powers the hybrid financial engine that would help dynamic and flexible underwriting and smart UPI credit, which is strictly ring-fenced. Now, going to the technical blueprint, it is divided into 4 layers: the data sources, the processing of converting the unstructured PDFs, calculating the live risk, fraud and leakage checks, and finally the orchestration, enabling faster claim settlements, and with GeoJiva delivering real-time care alerts. Entire system is built within DPDP and IRDAI frameworks using consent managers, clean rooms, and role-based access.
I'll cover how we take GeoHealth Twin 360 to the market and how it becomes a sustainable business. Our go-to-market strategy is simple. We don't enter by selling insurance. We enter by delivering health value. Distribution is native to the Geo ecosystem: MyGeo, GeoFinance, and NetMeds, giving us a low customer acquisition cost and scale. Users start by connecting their wearables, building streaks, and earning the health coins. This creates a habit and trust first. Only then do we surface the personalized insurance and UPI-based health credit when the user already sees the value. Execution is phased and fast. First, we onboard the users and build the habit, then activate the dynamic cover and health credit, then finally scaling to the proactive recommendations across the user base. Revenue comes from 3 rails: insurance margins, health credit, and platform fees, supported by geo distribution and strong retention through rewards and habit building.
If you look at the numbers, we are projected to scale from 5 lakh users to 80 by year 5, achieving a cash flow break even in 2.9 years. With a diversified model, if we come to unit economics, we are projecting a lifetime value of around 33,000 against a cost of acquisition of only 400, which is powered by the Geo ecosystems. This efficiency drives a net present value of 1,676 crores, proving that this is a capital efficient engine and also built to scale in India. This is a prototype.
Start with onboarding, where the user first connects their wearable. The app immediately introduces a daily streak, showing how wearing the device consistently improves accuracy and unlock rewards. Next, the user links their Aadhaar ID or upload reports manually if they prefer. At every step, we clearly show what data is used, why it's used, and that consent is fully in the user's control. Once this is done, the health twin has created a live digital version of the user's health and financial readiness. Now, this is where the real value begins. On the dashboard, the user sees a live health twin score, their daily streak, and health coins earned simply by staying consistent and engaging across the Reliance ecosystem. These health coins aren't gimmicks. They translate directly into insurance premium discounts, diagnostics, medicines, and priority consultations, making good health visibly rewarding. The Health Twin Insight screen explains what the twin sees. Health risk, financial readiness, and simple nudges like maintaining this streak could reduce your premium next quarter. To keep the motivation high, users unlock achievement badges for consistency, prevention, and savings, and turning health into a positive habit. For trust and clarity, users can ask GeoJiva, our AI assistant, questions like what does my policy cover or am I protected at this hospital, with answers grounded in their actual policy and health twin data. And finally, based on this twin, the app proactively recommends the right insurance cover and shows a pre-approved health credit line on UPI and ready instantly when health turns urgent.
Yeah, we're open for questions.
So maybe I can start off, right? So getting the health data, okay, the user gives the consent, they want to know their score, I get that. How do you get the liquidity score? What are you doing on the financial side? Are you taking inputs from the user or only the algorithm spitting that out?
No, sir. We will be taking the input from the user as well.
What kind of input?
So basically, like for example, if we are using if we have the proposal is around GeoFinance as the super app. So if we use the GeoFinance, so we can have their income details through their consent as well.
No, but why would I want to give my income, my investment, my money spent? See, the element here is you have to first meet where the customer is. I will give you my health data. You can tell me if I'm high risk or low risk. I'm willing to do that. Financial, why am I willing to trust anybody to give all my financial data to you? I may tell you that I need this for a loan. But other than that, users typically do not want to give their financial data. They don't know how it will be used. So how is that being catered over here?
So we start off with, so what are the benefits that the user are getting actually by sharing the data, right? You know, what first both the health side or the financial side. So one of the things that is like currently, unhealthiness is sort of subsidized, but following the healthy habits and maintaining a healthy lifestyle is not really rewarded, especially when it comes to the health insurance part, right? So through this, if they share this app and they help us in creating their own twin, in that way they're helping themselves as well. You know, they are creating the health twin, which in return will help them in lower premiums, which in return will help them get more discounts, as well as one of the things when we conducted the primary research, one of the major problems people had were understanding their own relation with the health insurance that they have taken, what are the problems. A lot of times the self-declaration later results in conflicts while they are claiming, so the money is stuck, so they don't understand the correlation between them. All of that is being solved here. So the reason why we would urge the users to get it, because they are helping themselves solve, like understanding, getting that breaking the information asymmetry that they have right now, being more informed, as well as getting financial benefits.
See, I think what my colleague was saying is same thing. You get personal loan from banks or credit card companies because they see your trend of financials over a period of time. It doesn't happen with one static data you have fed. By this logic, you're giving one-time static data, but that does not tell you your score, because that's one-time data. It does not tell you your trend of having that. That is how personal loans are decided, because they see over the last 12 months what is the usage versus that. So that is one issue. Indians are still averse to giving, why they don't take insurance, health insurance. They think it will not happen to me. That's the reason they don't take. They are averse to premium games. So if you, I'm not still saying it is going to solve your problem in some form. Just because we are geo people, therefore it should solve this problem. I don't think so. The business model assumes to be that a lot of people penetration will happen, this will happen. To me, there is a chance that it may not take off because customers are still in those negative mode that it will not happen to me. Then why should I share my data?
Okay, sir. So answering the first question, it's not actually a static data that we are taking. When we asked about, especially when it comes to the health data, when we link the Ayushman Bharat digital ID, even
I'm talking about financial data.
yeah, so financial data as well. If we link it to the Geo Health, like the Geo Finance part, in the Geo Finance, I think they have the current facilities, like especially also with the health, both the facilities we are using that is currently present with Geo.
How is he getting the financial data?
So, once you update the data, once you update your data.
Once I will update that.
Yeah, first you update your data in the GeoFinance.
Then what
Let's say
happens
you are, through the GeoFinance, you have bought, through cross-selling, you have bought an FD through the GeoFinance.
May or may not have bought. May or may not have bought.
Yeah, that is the assumption that we have taken, that through cross-selling we are going
that
on.
is
So
then
that
penetration of geofinance will go up. Why are we assuming that I'm going to buy anything? No, you can't assume for your thing I will continue to buy something from the other side.
Yes, sir. So, sir, to add on to Aryam's point, sir, what we are trying to sell is the wellness companion. The major product that we are trying to sell is the health twin, and a subsidiary part, the extension of that is you are getting a discount in the insurance. You can also get discounts in your NetMeds purchase if you are buying from the NetMeds pharmacy stores, or if you can, or if you are buying something from the Reliance ecosystem. So, these are the kind of subsidiaries that are linked to our platform. You are getting basically the health coins if you are keeping yourself well, and with that you are getting some kind of other facilities as well. And insurance is one part of it. If you don't want to share your financial data, then also you can get other benefits that are being offered by the Reliance ecosystem. So this is our core idea.
So here our main product is the main concept that we are selling is of the health twin, and then insurance is an extension of that. If a customer is not willing to share their financial data, that is also fine, because we also have the health part to it assigned.
That he needs money in the night at 2 o'clock. If you don't have financial data, then how will he get the money at 2 o'clock in the night?
Yes, sir. So, sir, as I said, that's a part of the ecosystem that we are trying to build.
It's a selling proposition different than insurance. Selling proposition different than insurance, health insurance.
Sir, I think we can, if I can summarize it in one sentence, it will be like, dynamic, your insurance is dynamic, and we are offering you a affordable, health credit loan. Those are the...
So it goes down to a personal loan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That kind.
Which anyway, banks and credit card companies will give you anyway. You take a credit card limit of 5 lakh rupees, you can...
But sir, here also we are selling the convenience. In one tap, in the one application, you are getting it all together. And you don't have to, wait for the longer processing time and going to the bank and doing all these things. So we are also selling convenience here.
The credit cards have loans.
Yeah. So also what you are showing, one of the features here is also the smart credit that we are saying is basically UPI credit, which currently IRDA allows if only done through specific merchant codes. Here we are taking 2 merchant codes, which is hospitals and pharmaceuticals 8062 and 5912, through which rather than being paying later, it also facilitates when you initiate a payment in the hospital with your smart credit UPI, that also initiates your transaction with the National Claims Exchange. Now in return, when it goes to the insurer, it fastens your entire process, also fastens your claim getting process as well. So that also is an add-on process that you won't get it while you're paying for a credit card.
Means I still need to have a health insurance, no?
Yeah, this will help you to get, as a customer, this will help you to get your best health insurance and get more maximum value out of it.
I go to the fundamental problem. I'm averse to health insurance premium. So you still end up doing the same logic.
So actually, let me take Nitin's question and twist it a little bit. See, what happens is every organization has a bad boy or a bad girl in the system. Insurance companies has somebody called an actuary. The actuary underwrites a whole lot of this nonsense saying, am I willing to take this risk? Am I not willing to take the risk? Is the risk something that I'm likely to get back, or is it something that is not likely to happen? So in your case, who's underwriting the cost? Is it the NBFC? Is it the banker? Is it an individual? Is it an entity? Is it the insurance company? Who is it?
This will be the insurance company, sir. We are basically proposing that this will be...
But if the guy doesn't have insurance, then what happens?
No, then he or she can first enroll in the app. Once he creates his health twin, then they will get recommendation if they want to, depending upon health twin.
So let's take a practical situation, right? So to kind of give the example to everybody here. I'm a hale and hearty person. I don't have insurance. I'm 25, 27 years of age. I go into the app. I put all the information saying I'm 25, I'm not overweight, I don't smoke, I don't drink, and hence my overall health patri will show me a positive score that the person seems to be hale and hearty. Now, illness doesn't tell before it comes, right? So something befalls. And at that stage, while my score is high, and I don't have insurance at that stage, tell me who's underwriting my illness level. And let's assume something like cancer comes up. Then?
Yes, sir. So here what we are proposing is primarily, let's say with the data that is generated through it from your, so that will be used. Let's say there is a currently I think in 2025 Geo is getting into an alliance with alliance for a JV to, let's say, they want to start underwriting. However, when it comes to you specifically, now you are a part of the Health Twin. They have your data through the Health Twin score, through the consented form. Now they can use it to specifically cater according to your requirement and current disease. They can specifically plan a flexible health insurance plan just for you that will be way more attractive to you rather than just a base plan.
So you are basically assuming your entire use case on a person's honesty in the app.
No, sir. We are linking the we are actually mitigating. One of the issues was when during the self-declaration, a lot of people tend to under-declare or they might not be honest about it.
So bad data is equal to higher insurance cost.
Yes, sir. So to mitigate that, we are linking the Ayushman Bharat details. That way, all the reports of their past
Today,
records can
Ayushman
also...
Bharat, there's nothing on me on there. What will you do?
So you can create an ID within 5 minutes.
Yeah, but that is poor data, no? So that's what Nitin was trying to say. I'm putting in falsified data saying I'm absolutely perfect, whereas I may be obese, I may be a smoker and a drinker, and I'm saying everything is perfect. Who checks?
So the data from Ayushman Bharat is generally taken from the hospitals itself.
मैं किसी हॉस्पिटल में गया ही नहीं है ना, 25 साल का बंदा हूँ, हॉस्पिटल जाके क्या करूँगा?
You can take the variables data as well, and if you're again variables
Which
data,
variable data? You giving me the variable?
No, it can normally variables you can click from your Apple if you have an Apple.
I take
version.
my variable and I give it to Punish. He's a fit guy, so I give it to him saying, "सारा दिन पहन के इसको भागता रहे, मेरे को insurance लेना है."
But sir, then there is the aspect of the fraud that people might do. But then again, if you are using a wearable, that data is collected over the period of time, and the way that you wear on your heartbeat or your health parameters, that will differ from sir's health parameter. So by doing that,
he's
we
the
can.
one who has my wearable, no? So his data is now coming under my name.
Yes, sir. So for that, we have kind of planned something in the system that you can use your when you are using the wearable, you can take a picture if you're when you are first.
If you don't have an answer, that's fine. I'm just trying to bring a point to your notice. When you think about the product, and I think you need to go a little deeper into this. Remember, the liability in insurance is not a joke. It's a very large amount. Liability for insurance, coupled with the hospital, is a much higher risk. So no hospital is going to sign off on liability because of wearable data or app-based data that somebody has the ability to feed. Unless it's authenticated by somebody and an underwriter has underwritten it, and you have significant data that proves that that data is accurate, you have a major problem at hand.
I just add to that, I think we're almost out of time, but your idea is actually very good. There is an element around how you position it. The positioning it is not around insurance. It is not around 2 o'clock. It is actually addressing exactly what Nitin and Ricky are trying to say is who takes the risk and how do you make the process more efficient. Today, the underwriter is using some blind data. We also don't want to rely on the user to give the data because they are incentivized to give false data. So can you in the digital twin be using lot more signals over lot more period of time that cannot be falsified or doctored? And does that give you a higher confidence around it? And can that higher confidence be used by various entities? Could be financial, could be insurance, could be hospital, could be doctor, that makes the entire system more efficient. So I think it's a question of how you position it and how you talk about the risk. But I think that's maybe something for you to take as a next step. Okay?
Thank you so much,
Sorry,
jury
just
members.
one last point. So just for them, whenever you look at your product again, when you go back to college and you're going through all of these things, I'll just give you an example of something that's happening in Reliance today. So it'll give you a practical element of how you can look at this. I've got about 12 lakh people across Reliance right now, 6 lakh of which are employees of this company. And another 6 lakh are vendor partners, etc., who work with us every single day. So I consider them my own. We do a regular health checkup, which is called a PME, for every individual in the company. That gives you rich data. right? Because we've been doing that over many years. It tells us how people are behaving, tell me their BMI levels, tells me whether they've had sickness in the past, hospitalization, insurance spends that have happened because we pay for their insurance, in addition to any hospitalization that has caused them to go over their insurance limits. That is rich data, right? The second part of that is when I have that rich data, it also tells me that all my 12 lakh people, if I see a trend line that HB1AC is actually going up, cholesterol levels are going up, people are eating unhealthy, or their exercise levels are coming down, the organization is putting too much pressure, therefore various levels of chemicals in the body are changing, and therefore it is giving us a resultant. That gives you underwritable data. That data then you take and you go back to the hospital saying, create an insurance specific plan for a company which has this kind of information with these kinds of profiles of people in it, and help me create something that is created just for that organization. Geo Health Hub, you've gone through that, actually has that data in it. When I buy medicine, I go to NetMeds to buy medicine, I may not be buying it for myself, I may be buying it for my parents because I get a discount. So I'm buying, let's say for example, clonidine, which is a heart medication. It'll show up against my name, and then the insurance underwriter is going to say, this guy's being buying clonidine every month. That means he's a heart patient, so why is this data relevant? If the name of the patient, the age, everything else is put in over there, you can segregate individual from parents or relatives or whoever have you. That information, that data, coupled with information from all corporates, and you'll have to tie up with a whole bunch of corporates. Like the previous presentation, Punish asked the question, saying, can you scrape data? You can't scrape this data. This is rich information. It's pertinent to an individual. If that information you can get from the top 200 corporates in India, and then go to an insurance company like Allianz with us and say, create something for us over there, it becomes practical. Otherwise, what you're doing is a shot in the dark with nobody underwriting the cost. The issue with that at the end, and I'm going to finish by saying this, when a person is in a hospital and needs help, the last thing you want is an insurance chatbot to tell you, denied. Imagine that, right? Why? Because inaccurate data is equal to inaccurate access. That's not something you want.
Thank you so much, jury members, for those wonderful insights, and thank you, team, for a wonderful presentation. Wow, that brings us to the end of today's pitches. 10 teams, 10 diverse ideas, and one extraordinary journey.
Please give all our finalists a huge round of applause. They've survived the tough bit. The jury now has the challenging task of deliberation.
And while they do that, requesting our teams and the audience present here to please proceed for lunch. right, everyone. Now comes the moment we've all been waiting for. Our jury has completed their deliberations, and as an organization and a platform, we truly believe that everyone here is a winner. Each of you had the courage to step forward, share your idea, and subject it to scrutiny. And that itself is a significant achievement. A huge round of applause for all of you. May we now please invite all our esteemed jury members to kindly join us on stage for the announcement of the results. So before we move to the awards, we'd like to pause for a truly special moment. We're delighted to congratulate the students who have received the pre-placement offers from Reliance. Can we please have Krish Nayar from SIBM Pune, Shivam Thirani from IIM Shillong, and Sayak Das from IIM Trichy join us on stage, please. Congratulations. Your journey with us begins here. Welcome to the Reliance family. Choice Award. This award is decided entirely by audience votes, both on ground and online. May I please request Mr. Punish to announce the winner of the Popular Choice Award?
All right, before we get there, how's everyone feeling? Good? Excited? Nervous? Okay, how was the event? Good? All right. So first, let me say, it was amazing to be able to see all of you on stage with so much confidence, so much energy. Yes, we were a tough jury. We asked some very hard questions. But I think all of you did a fantastic job. So take your hand, pat yourself on the back. You all did a very good job, right? So congratulations on that. Tougher than for you, I think it must have been for your family members, parents and family who are watching you over here. I think giving you a lot of showers of blessings and encouragement and probably praying for all of you. So can we have a huge round of applause for all the parents and family members here? As someone very new to judging in this forum, there are many veterans over here who have done it a number of times. I'll just leave a couple of thoughts. I can't even imagine having 1/10 the confidence that you all showed at your age and where you are, right? And so just a few tips when you go for your next case competition. Try not to read from paper. I saw many of you were looking down and reading. What that does is it doesn't show a lot of confidence in what you're pitching. A lot of the pitching is to say, I am 200% confident about what I'm saying. So try and do that. Many of you were not smiling. You were tense. So you can see the difference, because part of it is only what you say, part of it is how you come across in your body language. So when you're pitching in the ultimate pitch, it is also your body language that has to kind of play in with you, right? So that's one. Second piece is, many of you presented a very rosy picture, 5,000 crores, 10,000 crores, as if it's a very easy road. So then what the judges did is, they started poking holes. If you had already said, here are my weakest assumptions, then it becomes easy for the jury to actually get on your side and say, don't be so harsh, you can do it and figure it out. So it's also a question of how you position what you're saying and what you're pitching, right? Anything else that people want to add as a tip or an advice for anyone?
I think that was very well put together, Punish. The other thing that I'll say is that, while we were asking tough questions, the intent was not to show you down. The intent was to kind of give you more information to think about and do things, because some of us have done this for over 30 years. When we look at a spreadsheet, when we look at data, when we look at projects, the first thing that happens is we start to ask ourselves the questions that we were asking you. So it was not to show you down, it was to do the exact opposite of that. The second thing that I think, and Punish mentioned that, be confident about what you're doing. If you don't know an answer, say, I don't know the answer to this. We tried to find data, only this much data was available. You're college students at the end of it, or were college students for a very recent time. There'll be certain things that you just cannot find information about. There are certain things we do in geo, or in retail, or in hydrocarbons, or any one of our businesses that we don't have answers for. And I'll give you one last bit of advice. When you're pitching to an organization such as ourselves, and we are the scale that we are and the size that we are and what we operate at, if you pitch our products back to us, you will get far more questions. It's easier for us to ask those questions, like for example, the solar one where I started picking holes in. I'm doing that even now as we speak. So some of those things are things that we've battled with. It becomes difficult to do that. And last but not the least, my apologies to the parents. If your children haven't won this time, they're winners in our eyes. Because the fact that they're sitting in this room right now are kids who've done exceedingly well to reach here. So everyone is a winner. It's just unfortunate that we'll only award the top 3 or 4 of them. But the intent is to make them bigger, better professionals. And hopefully, whenever they pitch next time and in the journey of life, they're far more successful than just this ultimate pitch that we have here.
I think just one small point from me. I think when you're a student, obviously nobody expects you to know the business. We wanted to see, did you understand the concept right for what you are presenting? That was more important than the actual numbers or the financials behind it. If concepts are missing, that means they have not gone depth into the subject. That's also, concept should be selling more than actually the financial numbers after that.
And what can I add after the jury has given so many tips to everybody? I can only say, stay fearless. You all had some brilliant ideas. Every single idea today that was presented had so many strengths. And yes, we were picking holes, but it was only in order to show you the mirror, for you to then check that, and for you to then implement it, and then go ahead and fly, soar. Good luck, everyone.
Good luck, everyone. And a mantra that will never go wrong for you is if you're customer-centric, especially when you're pitching something to Reliance. The one piece that will never change is, what's the value to the customer? Why would they benefit? What would happen? If you remain customer-centric, everything else will kind of fall in place around that, right? And Bharat. Many of you used American images. Many of you used American voices. If you are pitching a product for Bharat in India, it should feel Bharat. It should look like I can connect to it, right? So that's also something for you to consider. All right, going to the awards now. Popular Choice Award. Any guesses? Let's see who can shout out the names the loudest. Popular Choice Award. Come on.
Come on, guys.
Can
we hear some names?
Did we not feed you well enough?
At least shout your own name. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, who else? Anybody? Okay, it's Team BioBloom from SCMHRD Pune. They got the most number of votes, so please.
Huge congratulations to Team BioBloom. Please. Please enter from. Huge round of applause for Team BioBloom.
All right, before we come to the runners-up and the winner, which Ricky will announce, we also want to have a very special mention to one team that we think was very bold, did a fantastic job, was willing to challenge conventional wisdom, while the business may need more thinking and more planning around it. But I think this person did an amazing job. To a very special mention to Team Sahaj from IRMA Gujarat. Please come.
Congratulations, Sahaj. Guys, I think we should keep clapping for Sahaj. He clearly owned up the stage today.
So this goes to show that yes, we had n number of prizes, but when we see something really extraordinary, we are never shy to create a new prize, encourage upcoming talent, and recognize that. So congratulations to you.
Okay, so they left the difficult work to me. Out of all the ones who presented today, and congratulations to all of you, for such excellent pitches, the hard work that's gone behind it, the research that you guys have done. Just naming the top two right now to begin with. The runner-up, any guesses? Who's the runner-up? Who do you think?
If we can have some names.
No.
Come on, guys.
Cheer if you think it's your team. No one wants to be the runner-up.
What was his Mother Road statement? Everybody wants to be winner? Okay. So the runner-up is the team that talked about microplastics. From IIA Kozhikode is Team Vinesh.
Huge congratulations.
The guy with one name. Very well. So now for the penultimate winner. We deliberated a lot. As a matter of fact, between Vinesh and his colleague over there, who he refuses to give a name in his team, the scoring was so tight when we marked it on a board. We had two number ones. As a matter of fact, they were number one, and the next one's also number one. Done really, really well, and therefore, we created a new paradigm for ourselves and gave the additional award. But the winner this time is the team that manufactured or talked about the optimization of the dies, which is from Goa Institute of Management, Team Rakshit Kumar.
Woohoo! Well deserved. Come on, guys, the loudest cheer! The lone warrior, Rakshit. Huge congratulations. Congratulations to all our winners. My God, a journey that started from November with the campus launches. We had eliminations, semi-finals, mentorship, and now we have all our winners. Maybe please request actually all the team members to come up on stage for a photo with all our jury members. As I said in the beginning, you all are winners if you have reached this stage.
Now that we have come to the end of our grand finale, I would like to invite Blossom to deliver the vote of thanks. Guys, huge round of applause for Blossom. Loudest cheer for Blossom.
Hi, sorry, bear with me for 10 minutes, but I think it's fairly impossible to do an event of this stature without thanking the wonderful people that make this possible. This year's theme was Think Outside the Bot, and from the very beginning, we've been saying that AI can never replace the human mind, and therefore, right now, this vote of thanks is dedicated to the beautiful minds that have created TUP. Starting with Mr. B. Srini. Let me tell all of you a story, and I know Arun will resonate with this. We started this year of TUP very uncertain, and we were worried about all of you using the one thing that you're so used to using on your phones. What's that? ChatGPT, right? We were worried about what's going to happen about TUP, and we went to him for a little bit of inspiration. And Srini sir was fairly confident in his belief and in the organization's belief that AI is not going anywhere. It's a reality. But we need to move forward and give you guys a platform that leverages AI rather than competes with it. So Srini sir, I'm sure, of course, you're busy, but if you ever get to listen to this, we are ever grateful to you for your guidance and for pushing us. That brings me to the team that made Srini sir's vision a reality. Again, I'm not sure, Mohsin, if you're here, or Kaushik, if you're listening virtually. So we went to the Geo team, obviously, and we asked who can make this a reality. And Kaushik Mittal actually guided us to Mohsin Abbas and the entire team. Gaurav, Divya, all of them made an AI platform, and they built this in 2 weeks span. And in terms of numbers, this actually saved about 266 man hours of time, which is internal employees used to initially evaluate ideas, but this time your ideas were evaluated by this in-house platform. So thank you, Mohsin and team. I'm coming to this room. We have 4, but we had 5 in the morning. Our beautiful jury, can we give a big round of applause for them? So the jury was certainly tough. It was challenging, but I think that's what makes the win even sweeter. Ricky, Punish, Tanya, Nitin, and of course Ashwini that has had to leave early. Thank you for making this extra special for the students. To our mentors, special mention to Manjula, who's here physically. Manjula's team actually won today, by the way. So she's very happy. And to the other mentors as well, Nishant, Sahas, Neha, Sriraman, Farooq, Satish, you guys are amazing. I think it's difficult to sort of push these teams when they're already at such a high benchmark. So thank you, and special thanks to Manjula. Thank you. To our leadership across the group, this is an event that is endorsed by all our entities. So thank you, Ashwini especially, also GRV, Sanjay Jog, Rahul Mukherjee for your guidance. And when I talk about leadership, I also want to thank Arun, who's standing there quietly. If you can, we can pan the camera at him because he's not standing in the spotlight. Arun, thanks for being there all the time, and I think we're able to take leaps because we know that you're always there to catch us when we fall. He's asking me to move on. Okay, fine. But thanks, Arun. Give it up for him. GeoGenX team, Amay Mashelkar, George Paul for mentoring our semi-finalists. The jury across all stages, thank you for asking the right questions and sharing the right feedback. I have to mention, students, did you enjoy coming into RCP? How was the vibe? So, you know, we have this team called Corporate Services that literally takes care of everything from the moment you step into Mumbai, Beverly Park, you know, your transport, stepping into this mammoth of a space and everything. Corporate Services, this team has been taking care of it, not just today, but, you know, weeks before. Ricky, I don't know how you guys do it, but your team is fantastic. Special mention to Achint and all the building owners. Big, big claps for them. Uh, to all the REL hosts and our volunteers, special mention to Ashmita, Vaibhavi, Ayush, Anant, Nihar. I don't know where you guys are sitting, but some of you are here. Thank you. I think this event would not have run smoothly without you guys. I have not named some because I have a special mention for you later. We have the stars that are sitting on the sofas today, and I'd like to give you a standing ovation to the parents of the wonderful finalists. I think you guys are amazing. You've raised wonderful, wonderful, confident young individuals that are able to come here and do what they did today. Thank you for coming here, and we hope you have a wonderful day after this. Okay, and now coming to, of course, the team here. The extended team, Avni, Karthik, Nikita, thank you for managing everything else. It's chaos, I know, when TUP happens, but you ensure that the ship keeps sailing smoothly. Thank you for always being there without a complaint, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Supriya, thank you for doing everything that you do. Your attention to detail is something that makes this event what it is today. Adarsh, where are you? My God, you're so surprisingly calm under pressure, and I loved how much you enjoyed having that walkie-talkie today. Thank you, Adarsh, for being there. Nikita, I already mentioned, did I miss anybody? Prapti, of course. Can we give it up for our hosts, Prapti and Smita? You guys rocked this stage right from the get-go, and you could give any, CNBC or NDTV Profit anchors a run for their money. Give it up for our lovely hosts. And of course, I have to give a special mention to the one that's standing closest to me. Smita, the program manager of RELP and TUP. Whatever you see today here is thanks to this master orchestrator. She's been working really, really hard. Smita, I admire the thoughtfulness, the attention to detail, the absolute, you strive for excellence in everything that you're doing, and I love your energy. Thank you, and I couldn't have asked for a better person to take this forward. Please give her a big round of applause, guys. I did forget to mention my friends behind the console who are probably a little upset with us right now. GeoTalks team behind the console, are you guys okay? Are you up for 25 more seasons of TUP? Okay, I got a thumbs up, thank you. And last but not the very least, to the students, to all of you that took the time to work so hard to prepare these presentations, the pitches. You went through a lot. It's not just what we saw today. It's been months of hard work, and you saw that there were thousands of ideas out there. To make it even in the top 10 is no small feat. So TUP has always been to inculcate that spirit of innovation among you, and I hope you take that back with you as you leave. Thank you, students, for being here. That's it from my end. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening and all the very best. See you next season. Oh, I'll hand it to Smita, in fact.
Okay, I'm not as good as Blossom in delivering a word of thanks, but of course, our entire team would agree that we couldn't have done this without Blossom. I mean, we were up till 9, 10 here last night, and we were singing and dancing just because of her beautiful energy. So, of course, huge round of applause for Blossom. And all our vendor partners as well. I mean, huge shout out to Unstop. I mean, I know how many times I have called you guys at midnight, at 2 in the night. Please, ye kar do, and everything. So thank you so much for that. Also, our awesome design team. If you like any of the collaterals, it has been designed by our vendor partner, Creo. Ashok is taking my video right here. Thank you so much, team. I think all the videos, everything just brings in the energy that we all look for. Thank you so much.